There was a mother in a small town near the Rhine who kept folding and unfolding the same letter until the paper grew soft as cloth, as if the creases themselves could hold her son a little longer. She would sit by the kitchen window in the late afternoon light, the letter resting in her lap, and listen to the ordinary sounds of the street outside, children playing, a neighbor chopping wood, the distant whistle of a train. Those sounds had once been comforting. Now they only reminded her how much the world kept moving while her own had stopped the day the official envelope arrived. Her son had written that last letter from a training base, full of careful cheer and the kind of small details a mother clings to, the taste of the morning coffee, the way the barracks smelled of wet wool and polish, the friend from Hamburg who shared his bread when rations ran short. He had signed it the way he always did, with the same closing he used in every letter since he was a boy at school, "Your loving son, always." She read those words every evening and wondered whether the sea had already taken them from her. Across the country, in ports and inland villages alike, thousands of families carried similar letters or carried nothing at all, only the terrible, empty space where a knock on the door or a telegram might one day arrive. The U-boat service asked its men for silence. They could not speak of where they were going or what they had seen. That silence traveled home with them in the gaps between words, and the letters that arrived weeks late or never at all. It was a service that swallowed its own stories, and the families were left to fill the quiet with hope, with worry, and with the stubborn belief that their sons might still be out there somewhere beneath the waves, doing what needed to be done. Yet young men kept stepping forward. They came from farms and factories, from apprenticeships and university lecture halls. Some came because their fathers had served in the last war and the call felt like inheritance. Others came because the posters spoke of adventure and the sea offered a way out of narrow streets and uncertain futures. Many came simply because their friends were going, and the thought of staying behind while others faced the danger felt like a different kind of loss. They did not yet know the full weight of what awaited them. They only knew that their country needed sailors who could endure long months away from everything familiar, who could live inside a steel tube with the ocean pressing against every rivet, and who could carry the fight to the enemy's supply lines across an Atlantic that seemed endless. Consider one of those young men. We can call him Friedrich, though his real name belonged to one of thousands who made the same choice. He was 22, with the kind of steady hands that had once guided a plow across his family's fields. When he told his parents he had volunteered, his mother said nothing for a long moment. Then she asked whether he had thought about the letters she would have to write if something happened. Friedrich answered that he had thought about it every night since the decision formed in him. He told her he could not sit at home reading about the war in newspapers while other men his age were out there risking everything. There was a quiet pride in his voice, but also something else, a private fear he did not name. He packed his few belongings, kissed his mother's cheek, and walked to the station with his father beside him. Neither of them spoke much on the way. At the platform, his father gripped his shoulder hard and said only, "Come back when you can." Friedrich nodded, unable to promise anything more. The training was meant to prepare them, but no amount of instruction could fully prepare a man for the moment he first stepped aboard a submarine and felt the deck move beneath him with the living ocean. The veterans who instructed the new men spoke little of glory. They spoke instead of the small things that kept a crew alive: how to read the mood of your shipmates when fear began to tighten around everyone's throat, how to make a cup of coffee last through a long watch, how to write a letter that said everything important without saying anything that could endanger the boat if it fell into the wrong hands. One instructor, a man who had already survived 2 patrols and carried the quiet look of someone who had seen too much, pulled Friedrich aside one evening. He handed him a small notebook and said, "Write what you need to write. Then tear out the pages you cannot send. Keep the rest for yourself. It helps." Friedrich kept that notebook for the rest of his life, though he never showed its contents to anyone. The letters he did send home were carefully cheerful. He described the way the morning light looked on the water when they surfaced, the taste of fresh bread when they managed to take on supplies, the way the crew had begun to feel like a second family, men who would share their last cigarette or stand an extra watch so a friend could rest. He never wrote about the nights when the boat seemed to shrink around them, when every creak of the hull sounded like a warning, when the thought of depth charges falling through the water above made sleep impossible. Those things he kept in the notebook, along with questions he could not ask anyone else, whether the war would still be going when he returned, whether his mother would still be waiting by the window, whether the things he was learning to do would ever feel ordinary again. Back home, his mother read every letter aloud to his younger sister. They would sit together at the kitchen table, and for a little while the house felt less empty. His father listened from the doorway, pretending to fix something or check the stove, but always staying close enough to hear. When no letter came for weeks, they did not speak of it. They simply moved through their days with a kind of careful quiet, as if loud voices might disturb whatever fragile thread still connected them to Friedrich somewhere out on the Atlantic. Neighbors brought bread or helped with chores without being asked. No one needed explanations. Everyone understood that the sea had claimed too many already, and that the only defense against that claiming was to keep living as normally as possible until the next letter arrived, or until it did not. What none of them could know, standing in those kitchens or walking those station platforms, was how the cost of the campaign was reshaping the thinking of the men who planned the next moves. Every boat lost meant experienced crews gone forever. Every family left waiting meant one less thread tying a young man to the world he was fighting to protect. The ocean was vast, the enemy's escorts were growing more skilled, and the distances the submarines needed to cover were stretching beyond what ordinary boats could manage without constant risk of running out of fuel or supplies. The men who volunteered were not numbers on a page. There were sons and brothers and fathers, each carrying the same private hopes and fears that Friedrich carried. To keep sending them out in vessels that could not stay long enough or go far enough was to ask them to pay the same terrible price again and again. Something had to change, not only in the steel and the engines, but in the way the service itself thought about what one crew could accomplish if given the right vessel. Friedrich felt that pressure even without knowing the larger conversations happening far above his rank. On his first patrol, when the boat surfaced at night to recharge and the watch officer let him stand for a moment in the fresh air, he looked out at the dark water stretching in every direction and understood, in a way no training film could teach, how small a single submarine was against an ocean that could swallow it without a trace. He thought of his mother's kitchen window and of the notebook in his pocket. He thought of the instructor who had told him to write what he could not send. In that moment, standing under the stars with the hull gently rising and falling beneath his boots, Friedrich made a quiet promise to himself that if he survived this patrol, he would find a way to make every risk count for something larger than himself. He did not yet know what that would look like. He only knew that the old way of doing things was exacting too high a price from men like him and from the families who waited for them. That same understanding was moving through the service like a current beneath the surface. The losses had become too personal, too visible in every town and village, for anyone to pretend the answer was simply to build more of the same boats and ask more young men to climb aboard them. The families who folded letters by their windows and the sailors who wrote those letters in the dim light of a submarine's mess were not abstractions. They were the reason the next generation of vessels would have to be different, larger, more capable of staying out longer, able to carry the fight farther so that fewer crews would have to make the same desperate journeys again and again. The silent service was still calling its sons. But the men who answered were beginning to carry a new kind of weight, the knowledge that their courage alone might not be enough unless the boats beneath their feet changed with them. These are the kinds of stories that stay with us, the mothers who waited by windows, the young men who stepped forward anyway, the quiet promises made on dark decks and in kitchens filled with ordinary sounds that no longer felt ordinary. If you find yourself wanting to hold onto that history a little more closely, to read accounts written by the men who lived it or to see the faces and the vessels that carried them, there is a collection I often turn to myself. It includes carefully chosen World War II naval history books that let you walk alongside those sailors and their families, authentic memorabilia replicas that help you feel the weight of what they carried, and the epic film Midway, which brings the human courage and sacrifice of naval warfare in the Pacific theater to life in a way that echoes across every ocean where men served. You can find all of it together through the secure link I've placed in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. Friedrich survived that first patrol and several after it. He kept writing letters and kept adding pages to the notebook he never showed anyone. His mother kept the letters in a small wooden box beside her chair. When the war finally ended and he came home, thinner and quieter than the young man who had left, she did not ask him to speak of the things he had seen. She simply placed the box in his hands and said, "These belong to you now." He opened it later, alone, and read the words he had written when he was still learning what the sea could take and what it could give back. In those pages he found not only his own story, but the stories of every family that had waited and every young man who had answered when the silent service called. Those stories did not end with the war. They lived on in the choices men made afterward, and how they rebuilt their lives, how they spoke or did not speak of what they had endured, and in the quiet ways they honored the ones who never came back. The ocean had taken much from them. But it had also taught them something that no victory or defeat could erase, that even in the deepest silence, the human heart keeps speaking. In a quiet room filled with the scratch of pencils and the low murmur of urgent voices, one man's hand hovered over a blueprint that could decide whether the sun still at sea would have a fighting chance or become another silence in another kitchen. Victor Lang kept a photograph of his 6-year-old son tucked inside the cover of his drafting folder. Every evening, before the last light left the windows of the Naval Design Bureau in Kiel, he would open the folder, look at the small face smiling up from the worn paper, and ask himself the same question he could never answer aloud, whether the lines he was drawing would one day bring fathers home to boys like this one, or whether they would simply send more good men into water that had already claimed too many. The photograph was creased from being handled too often. Victor had stopped trying to smooth it. Some things, he had learned, carried their marks the way men carried their memories. Around him the room never truly slept. Draftsmen leaned over long tables under harsh lamps, their shoulders hunched, their eyes red from strain. Rolls of paper leaned against the walls like exhausted soldiers. The air smelled of ink, of strong coffee gone cold, and of the faint metallic tang that seemed to cling to everyone who worked on machines meant for the sea. Victor's colleague Emile, a younger man whose enthusiasm had not yet been worn smooth by too many revisions, sat across from him with a fresh sheet of calculations. They had been at this for hours, arguing in low voices about how to give a crew more endurance without making the vessel itself impossible to manage or too large a target for the enemy above. The pressure came from everywhere and nowhere at once. Admirals wanted results that could change the balance of a campaign that was swallowing boats and men faster than new ones could be sent out. The men at sea, the ones like the young sailor whose letters home had once been read aloud in a kitchen by the Rhine, needed something that would let them stay out longer, push farther, and return with a better chance of seeing their own families again. Victor understood that need in his bones. He had never sailed on a submarine himself, but he had stood on the quayside more than once and watched boats slip away into the gray morning. He had seen the faces of the crews, young, determined, already carrying the look of men who knew they might not come back. And he had seen the empty spaces on those same quays when the boats did not return. Those empty spaces lived in the back of his mind every time he erased a line and redrew it. Emile pushed a new sketch across the table. "If we give them more internal volume here," he said, tapping the paper, "they can carry what they need for weeks longer without having to turn back so soon. Fewer dangerous transits. Fewer chances for the enemy to find them when they're most vulnerable." Victor studied the lines. The idea was sound in theory, but every added space meant more weight, more power needed to move it, more air to keep the men alive inside. And air, fuel, food, spare parts, all of it had to come from somewhere that was already stretched thin. He thought of Friedrich, though he did not know the young man's name. He thought of every crew that had gone out believing their boat was the best that could be built for them, only to discover the ocean had newer ways to kill. The work was not only technical. It was personal in ways that never appeared on any official report. Victor's wife, Margaret, waited up for him most nights even when she was too tired to keep her eyes open. Their son slept in a small room at the back of the apartment, the one Victor had painted blue the year before the war changed everything. When Victor finally came home, often after midnight, Margaret would heat soup or whatever she had managed to set aside and sit with him at the kitchen table while he ate. She never asked for details he could not give. Instead, she asked about the men who would live inside the boat he was designing. "Will they have room to sleep properly?" she once asked. "Will they be able to write letters without feeling the walls pressing in on them?" Victor had looked at her across the table and felt something tighten in his chest. She was not asking about steel or engines. She was asking about the sons and husbands and fathers who would carry his drawings into the dark. He told her what he could. That they were trying to give the crews more space, more air, more of the small comforts that might keep despair from taking root during the long weeks underwater. He did not tell her how many times those comforts had to be sacrificed to other necessities, how every extra cubic meter of living space meant less room for something else that might decide whether the boat lived or died. Margaret listened and nodded. Later, when Victor sat on the edge of their son's bed and watched the boy sleep, he sometimes wondered whether the child would grow up in a world where fathers came home or in one where the sea kept taking them. The thought did not paralyze him. It drove him back to the drafting table the next morning with a steadier hand. The bureau itself carried its own quiet stories. One of the older draftsmen, a man named Herr Weber who had worked on earlier submarine designs, kept a small wooden box on his desk. Inside were letters from crews who had used his boats, short notes of thanks, sometimes a photograph, once a pressed flower from a man who had survived a patrol no one expected him to return from. Weber never spoke much about the box, but everyone knew what it was. When a new loss was reported, he would open the box in the evening, read one of the old letters, and then close it again without a word. The gesture was not dramatic. It was simply the way he carried the human cost of his work. Victor had seen him do it after a particularly difficult day of revisions. The next morning Weber had come in with a small improvement to a ventilation arrangement that might give men below a little more breathable air during long dives. He had offered it without fanfare, as if it were the least he could do for the men who trusted their lives to lines drawn by hands like his. The pressure was not only from above. It came from within, from the knowledge that every delay, every compromise that could not be avoided, might cost lives that could have been saved. Materials were scarce. Skilled welders and fitters were being pulled in every direction. The shipyards that would eventually build what Victor and his team designed were already working at a pace that left men exhausted and mistakes more likely. Yet the need was urgent. The old boats, the ones that had carried men like Friedrich on their early patrols, had proven their courage again and again, but they could not stay out long enough or carry enough to change the larger pattern of loss. To break that pattern, the new design had to solve problems that felt almost impossible. How to give a crew weeks or months of endurance without turning the boat into something too large to hide or too slow to escape when danger found it. How to keep men sane and effective inside a steel shell that would be their entire world for far longer than any previous patrol. How to do all of this while the enemy above grew more skilled at finding and killing whatever Germany sent beneath the waves. Victor and Emil argued about these things late into the night, sometimes with the windows open to let in the cool air from the harbor. Emil, younger and less scarred by previous compromises, wanted to push every limit. "If we are going to ask men to stay out there that long," he said one evening, "we owe them a boat that feels like it was built for human beings, not just for weapons." Victor agreed in principle. He had seen too many reports, quiet ones, passed from hand to hand, of crews returning broken not by wounds but by the simple, grinding exhaustion of living in spaces too small and too hostile for too many weeks. Yet he also knew the realities of the shipyards and the supply lines. Every extra comfort had to be weighed against the chance that the boat might never reach the men who needed it. The arguments were never angry. They were the sound of two men who cared deeply about the same thing, trying to find the narrow path between what was ideal and what was possible. There were moments of unexpected grace in that narrow path. One afternoon, after a long meeting with officers who wanted faster results than the paper would allow, Victor returned to his table to find that Emile had quietly redrawn a section Victor had been struggling with for days. The change was small, a slight adjustment to an internal layout that gave the crew a little more room to move without adding dangerous weight. Emile had not said anything. He had simply left the new drawing on Victor's table with a note that read, in his careful handwriting, "For the men who will live here." Victor had stared at the note for a long time. Then he had folded it and placed it inside the folder with his son's photograph. Later that evening, when he told Margaret about it over their late supper, she had smiled in a way that made the exhaustion in his shoulders ease for the first time in weeks. "That is the kind of man you want beside you when the work feels impossible," she said. Victor had agreed. He had gone to bed that night thinking not of the problems still unsolved, but of the small, stubborn ways people kept trying to make things better for strangers they would never meet. The human cost of that trying showed itself in quiet ways. Victor began to notice the tremor in his own hands when he had gone too many nights without proper sleep. He noticed how Emile's usual quick smile had grown rarer, replaced by a focused intensity that sometimes looked like worry. Her Weber's box of letters grew a little heavier each time another boat failed to return. And still they kept drawing. They kept erasing and redrawing because the alternative, sending more crews out in boats that could not give them a real chance, was unthinkable. The photograph of Victor's son stayed in the folder. Sometimes, when the arguments grew circular and the coffee had gone cold again, Victor would open the folder just long enough to see the small face. It reminded him why the work mattered more than any single man's exhaustion or fear. One evening, after a breakthrough on a layout that finally seemed to balance the competing demands of space, endurance, and survivability, Victor and Emile stood together at the window overlooking the harbor. The water was dark, the outlines of ships at anchor barely visible in the blackout. Emile lit a cigarette and offered one to Victor, who rarely smoked but took it anyway. They stood in silence for a while. Then Emile said, very quietly, "Do you think they will understand what we tried to give them?" Victor did not answer right away. He thought of Friedrich and of every other young man who had stepped aboard a boat believing the men on shore had done their best. He thought of the empty places and kitchens across the country. He thought of his own son sleeping in the blue room. Finally he said, "They will understand that someone tried. That has to be enough." Emile nodded. They finished their cigarettes and went back to the tables. The blueprint that would become the steel Leviathan was still far from finished, but for the first time in many weeks it felt like something that might actually carry men home instead of only taking them away. The men who drew these lines carried the same weight as the sailors they were trying to protect, the knowledge that every decision, every compromise, every late night could mean life or death for someone far from home. The raw realities of that desperate engineering, the exhausted faces in rooms like this one, the small triumphs and the larger costs that never made it into official reports, were captured in photographs and footage that stayed hidden for a long time afterward. If you want to see those unfiltered moments, the strain in the eyes of the designers, the quiet determination in the shipyards, the human reality behind the machines that were meant to change everything, you can find a collection of rare, uncensored wartime photographs and footage from the Atlantic campaign on Gumroad. It shows the unvarnished truth of what it cost to push technology and people to their limits when the sea was claiming more than anyone could replace. You can find it through the secure link I've placed in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. Victor closed his folder that night and walked home through streets that were quiet under the blackout. When he reached his apartment, Margaret was waiting with the same quiet patience she had shown every night for months. Their son was already asleep. Victor sat at the kitchen table while she warmed what little food they had left, and for a little while he did not think about blueprints or the weight of the decisions still ahead. He thought instead about the small kindness Emile had shown that afternoon, about her Weber's box of letters, about the way his wife never asked questions he could not answer. These were the things that kept the work from breaking the people who did it. These were the things that might, if they were lucky, give the men at sea a better chance than the ones who had gone before them. The steel Leviathan was still only lines on paper, but in those lines lived the hope that the next generation of sons might come home to kitchens where mothers no longer had to fold letters they could not bear to throw away. Victor looked at his wife across the table and felt, for the first time in a long while, that the work might be worth the cost it was exacting from all of them. The ocean was still waiting. But in a room filled with tired men and stubborn pencils, something new was beginning to take shape, something large enough, perhaps, to carry more than just weapons into the dark. In the vast shipyards along the northern coast, where the skeletons of steel giants rose against the sky, there was a welder who paused in the middle of a long seam, the torch still hissing in his hand, and listened to the distant wail of sirens that meant the sky was about to open up again. Otto had been welding since before the war changed the meaning of every sound in the night. His hands knew the weight of the torch and the way metal moved when it was hot enough to obey, but not so hot that it warped beyond saving. Tonight the air already carried the sharp smell of burning oil and the colder scent of rain that might or might not come. The hull in front of him was enormous, larger than any boat he had helped build before. It dwarfed the men moving along its curves like ants on a carcass. Otto did not think in terms of what the vessel would do once it left the ways. He thought instead of the men who would live inside it, the way his own son lived inside a smaller boat somewhere out on the same ocean that had already taken too many. That thought kept his hand steady when the sirens grew louder and the first flashes lit the horizon. The shipyard never truly rested. Even when the daylight hours ended, the night shifts took over under blackout conditions that turned the whole place into a landscape of shadows and sudden sparks. Workers moved in small groups, their voices low, their movements practiced. They had learned to work quickly when the light allowed and to keep working when it did not. The great hulls demanded constant attention. A seam left unfinished overnight could mean delays that no one could afford, not when the men at sea were counting on every new boat to reach them. Otto's crew included a young apprentice named Carl who still jumped at every distant explosion and an older riveter named Franz whose hands shook slightly from years of the work but whose eye for a true line remained perfect. They moved together along the scaffolding like a single organism, each knowing where the others would be without needing to speak. When the sirens began their rising wail, the rhythm of the yard changed but did not stop. Some men climbed down to the shelters dug into the earth near the cranes. Others stayed at their posts because the section they were working on could not be left half-finished without risking the whole structure. Otto stayed. He had done it before. The first time the bombs had fallen close enough to shake the scaffolding beneath his feet, he had pressed himself against the warm metal of the hull and waited for the world to decide whether it would let him finish his shift. Now the sound was almost familiar, though never ordinary. He kept the torch moving in steady passes, the bright arc of light creating a small private world inside the larger darkness. Carl stayed beside him, eyes wide but hands still on the tools. Franz worked a few meters away, the steady rhythm of his hammer a counterpoint to the rising and falling sirens. In those moments the yard became a place of quiet defiance. No one shouted orders. No one needed to. The workers knew what was expected and what they expected of themselves. When a section of scaffolding collapsed after a near miss, 3 men from another crew appeared without being called and helped pull the injured man clear. Otto recognized one of them, a fitter whose own son had been lost on an earlier patrol. The fitter worked with careful hands, speaking softly to the injured worker the whole time, telling him that the boat would still be ready, that the men at sea needed this one more than they needed any of them to be heroes tonight. The injured man, a young welder no older than Carl, nodded through gritted teeth and tried to stand. They got him to the aid station and returned to their own sections without waiting for thanks. That was how the work continued when the sky was trying to stop it. Otto thought about his own son during those long nights. The boy, though he was no longer a boy, had written from his boat whenever he could. The letters were short and careful, the kind of letters a mother could read without crying in front of the neighbors. Otto's wife kept them in a tin box beside the bed. She read them more often than Otto did because she needed the words in a way he understood without having to say it aloud. When Otto came home after a raid, she would be awake even if the hour was late. She would ask if the new boat was coming along, and he would tell her what he could, that the hull was taking shape, that the men were working as hard as they knew how, that every seam he welded was one more chance for someone else's son to come home. She never asked whether their own son's boat had been built in a yard like this one. They both knew it had been, and that the men who had worked on it had done their best under the same falling bombs. The home front carried its own kind of exhaustion. Families lived with the constant possibility that the next raid would take the yard or the house or both. Children learned to recognize the difference between the sirens that meant take shelter and the all clear that meant they could go back to whatever passed for normal. Otto's wife had taken in a neighbor's child whose parents worked different shifts. The little girl slept on a cot in the kitchen and asked questions about the boats that Otto answered as gently as he could. She wanted to know if the big ones would make the war end sooner. Otto told her that was the hope. He did not tell her that hope was a fragile thing when you had already lost friends to the same work you were still doing every night. There were moments of unexpected grace even under the raids. During one long night when the sirens had come and gone twice, the crew stopped for a brief rest near a stack of steel plates that still held the day's warmth. Someone had managed to save a loaf of bread from the canteen before the first warning. They broke it into pieces and passed it around without anyone asking who had gone without that day. Carl, still pale from the close call earlier, took his share and ate it slowly, as if the simple act of chewing could steady something inside him. Franz told a story about a boat he had helped build years earlier whose crew had sent a letter back after a successful patrol. The letter had thanked the yard workers for the way the boat handled in heavy seas. No one mentioned that the same boat had not returned from its next patrol. The story was not about loss. It was about the small connection between the hands that built and the hands that sailed, a connection that mattered more than any of them could say out loud. Otto carried that connection with him every shift. When he welded a section that would become part of the living quarters, he thought about the men who would sleep there after weeks underwater. When he helped fit a hatch, he thought about the moment it would close behind a crew heading out, and the moment it might open again when they returned. He did not know the names of those future crews, but he knew they were someone's sons, someone's husbands, someone's fathers. That knowledge did not make the work easier. It made stopping impossible. The same was true for the others around him. They worked through fear and fatigue because the alternative was to leave the boats unfinished and the men at sea without the reinforcements they needed. The engineers who had drawn the plans could only do so much from their drafting tables. The sailors could only do so much once they were out on the water. Between those 2 points stood the shipyards, and the people in them were the ones who turned paper and hope into steel that could actually carry men home. The raids took their toll in ways that did not always show on the surface. After one particularly heavy night, Otto found Carl sitting alone on a stack of timber, staring at his hands. The young man's gloves were torn and his knuckles were raw from gripping tools too tightly during the explosions. Otto sat beside him without speaking at first. Then he offered the last of the bread he had saved from earlier. Carl took it and ate without looking up. After a while he said, very quietly, that he kept thinking about his own father, who had worked in a different yard and had not come home after one of the early raids. Otto listened. He did not offer empty comfort. He simply said that the work they were doing now was the only answer any of them had to that kind of loss. Carl nodded. The next shift he was back at his post with steadier hands, and when the siren sounded again he stayed beside Otto without being asked. The yard itself became a kind of living record of what the home front endured. Scars from shrapnel marked the cranes and the buildings. New sections of scaffolding appeared almost as fast as old ones were damaged. The workers moved through it all with a kind of grim familiarity, the way people learn to live with a storm that never quite passes. There was pride in that familiarity, though no one spoke of it as pride. It showed itself in the way a crew would finish a difficult section even when the all-clear had not yet sounded. Or in the way they would help a neighboring team when their own section was done for the night. It showed in the letters some of them wrote to crews at sea, short notes that found their way through official channels, thanking the sailors for what they were doing and asking, in careful words, that they take care of the boats the yard had given them. Those letters were never long. There was never time or safety for long letters. But they carried the same quiet determination that kept the torches burning and the hammers swinging while the sky tried to stop them. Otto's own son had once written something similar in one of his rare letters home. He had said that the men on his boat spoke sometimes about the yards that had built it, about the people who had worked through nights like this one so that the boat could be ready. Otto had read that part of the letter more than once. It had not made the work lighter, but it had made the weight feel shared. When he stood on the scaffolding now, looking at the growing shape of the new giant, he sometimes imagined his son standing on another deck somewhere, looking back toward land and thinking of the hands that had made his boat possible. The thought did not remove the fear. It gave the fear a purpose. The boats took shape slowly, section by section, through every raid and every shortage and every exhausted shift. They rose not because the work was easy or safe, but because the people doing it refused to let the falling bombs have the final word. There was no single moment of victory in the yards. There were only the small, repeated acts of continuing, of showing up, of helping the person next to you, of finishing the scene even when the ground shook. Those acts accumulated into something larger than any one worker could see from his place on the scaffolding. They became the steel that would eventually slide into the water and carry men like Otto's son farther and longer than the older boats had been able to manage. They became the answer, imperfect and hard one, to the question of how to keep sending sons to sea without simply repeating the same losses again and again. The workers who built them carried the same quiet pride and the same bone-deep exhaustion as the sailors they would never meet. Their stories of working under fire, of small kindnesses shared between shifts, of the way families at home held on while the sky tried to break them. These are the stories that often disappear when we speak only of the boats themselves or the battles at sea. If you believe, as I do, that these forgotten human stories of the shipyard workers and the home front deserve to be remembered with the same care we give to the men who sailed, then I would be grateful if you would consider supporting this channel with a small tip on Ko-Fi. Even just $1 helps fund the countless hours of research, archival digging, and careful storytelling needed to bring these stories to light. You can find the link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. Otto finished the long seam as the all-clear sounded and the first pale light touched the edge of the sky. He climbed down from the scaffolding with the others, his back and shoulders aching in the familiar way that meant the work had been real. Carl walked beside him, no longer jumping at every sound. Franz was already planning the next section they would tackle when the next shift began. The great hull stood behind them, still incomplete but unmistakably taking form, larger than anything the yard had sent down the ways before, built by hands that had refused to stop even when the bombs fell. Otto looked back once before heading toward the gate. In the growing light the steel looked almost alive, as if it were breathing with all the effort and all the hope that had gone into it. Somewhere far out on the water, other men were already living inside boats that had been born in yards like this one. Otto did not know if his own son was among them tonight. He only knew that the work had to continue, that the next section would be started before the day was over, and that as long as there were hands willing to keep welding and riveting and carrying while the sky tried to stop them, the giants would keep rising. The ocean was still waiting. But in the shipyards, ordinary people were answering in the only way they knew how, by building, by enduring, and by refusing to let the falling bombs have the last word on what could still be done for the sons who had already gone to sea. There are burdens that cannot be shared even with the men whose lives depend on your next decision, and the commander carried one of those burdens every time he closed the door to his small cabin and sat alone with the charts that never told the whole story. Johann had learned long ago that command in the silent service was not a matter of giving orders from a safe distance. It was the slow, relentless accumulation of choices that followed a man into his sleep and waited for him when he woke. He had already survived more patrols than most men his age had any right to expect, and the price of that survival showed in the lines around his eyes and in the way he sometimes paused before speaking, as if weighing each word for the weight it might place on someone else. When the orders came for him to take command of one of the new giants, the largest boats the yards had yet sent down the ways, he had read the document twice before folding it and placing it inside the breast pocket of his jacket, close to his heart where no one else could see it. The boat was different. The mission would be different. And the difference meant that every life he was now responsible for carried an even heavier meaning than before. He had met the crew gradually, the way a man meets the pieces of a puzzle he will have to solve with his own hands. Some of them he already knew from earlier boats, quiet, steady men who had learned to read the mood of the ocean and the mood of their captain with equal care. Others were younger, still carrying the eagerness that came before the first real test. Johann made it a point to learn their names early and to remember small things about them, the one whose wife had just had a child, the one whose father had been lost in an earlier patrol, the one who wrote long letters home even when there was little new to say. These details were not in any official log. They lived only in the captain's mind, and they shaped every decision he made about who would stand which watch, who would be given the harder tasks, and who might need a quiet word when the strain began to show. The loneliness of command settled over him most heavily in the hours before sailing. The boat was still tied to the pier, the last supplies coming aboard under the careful eyes of the yard workers who had built her. Johann walked the decks alone, running his hand along the new steel as if he could learn its character by touch. He thought about the engineers who had drawn the lines that had become this hull, about the men in the shipyards who had kept working while the bombs fell, about the families who had already lost sons to boats that had not been large enough or strong enough to bring them home. This new vessel was meant to change that pattern. It was built to stay out longer, to carry what was needed without turning back so often through waters that grew more dangerous with every passing month. Johann understood the reasoning. He had lived through the consequences of the old way. Yet understanding did not make the responsibility lighter. If anything, it made the weight more personal, because he knew exactly what could go wrong when a boat and its crew were pushed beyond what they had been designed to endure. There had been a patrol 2 years earlier that still visited him in the quiet hours. The boat had been smaller, the kind that had to turn back often for fuel and fresh supplies. They had been caught on the surface during a storm that hid the enemy until it was almost too late. Depth charges had fallen close enough to rattle every plate in the hull. Johann had given the orders that kept them alive: dive deeper than was wise, run silent longer than the air would comfortably allow, wait out the hunters who circled above. 2 men had not made it back to their bunks when the all-clear finally came. One had been a young rating whose mother wrote cheerful letters every week. The other had been the engineering officer who had quietly kept the boat running when everything else was failing. Johann had written the letters to their families himself. He had chosen every word with the same care he used when giving orders at sea, because he knew those words would be read and reread in kitchens where the waiting had finally ended in the worst possible way. He still carried copies of those letters in a small envelope inside his sea chest. He did not open the envelope often, but he knew it was there, and the knowledge shaped the way he looked at every new crew member who came aboard. This time the boat was different, and the difference brought its own kind of pressure. The yards had built something larger, something meant to break the cycle of short patrols and constant returns that had cost so many lives. Johann had spoken with the men who designed her and with the workers who had shaped her steel under falling bombs. He had seen the pride in their eyes when they described what they had given this vessel: more space for the crew, more endurance for the long runs, more of the small things that might keep despair from taking root during weeks underwater. He had also seen the exhaustion in their faces, the same exhaustion he carried in his own shoulders. They had done their best under impossible conditions. Now it was his turn to do the same with the result of their labor. The responsibility felt almost physical, as if the weight of the boat itself rested on his back whenever he climbed the conning tower. He wrote letters home when he could, though the words were always careful and the censor's hand was never far away. His wife knew how to read between the lines. She understood that when he wrote about the weather or the quality of the coffee, he was really telling her that he was still alive and still trying to bring his men back safely. Their daughter was growing up in a world where fathers disappeared for months at a time and sometimes did not return. Johann kept a small photograph of her in his pocket, the same way the welder in the shipyard had kept a photograph of his son. He looked at it when the decisions grew too heavy, when he had to choose between pushing the boat harder to reach a rendezvous or giving the crew another hour of rest. The photograph did not give him answers. It simply reminded him why the answers mattered. There were moments of unexpected kindness that helped carry the weight. One evening, after a long day of final checks, his first watch officer, a man who had served with him before, brought a cup of the strong coffee the crew had managed to save and placed it on the chart table without a word. They stood together in the small space, not speaking of the mission ahead or the dangers that waited beyond the harbor. Instead, they spoke of ordinary things: the way the new boat handled under tow, the rumor that fresh bread might be coming aboard before they sailed, the small repairs that still needed doing. The conversation was brief and ordinary, but it was also a gift. It reminded Johann that he was not entirely alone with the burden. The men around him carried pieces of it too, even if they could not carry all of it. When the officer left, Johann sat for a long time with the cup in his hands, letting the warmth seep into his fingers. These small exchanges did not change the loneliness of command, but they made it bearable in the same way a single steady light makes a dark room feel less endless. The crew sensed the difference in this boat and in this mission. They worked with a quiet focus that spoke of both pride and apprehension. Some of them had heard whispers about the special cargo or the longer range they would be asked to cover. Others simply knew that their captain had been chosen for a reason, and that reason carried weight. Johann did not burden them with more than they needed to know. He gave clear orders and made himself visible on the decks during the final preparations, letting them see that he was as steady as the new steel around them. When a young rating dropped a tool during a tense moment and froze in embarrassment, Johann walked over, picked it up, and handed it back with a nod that said more than any reprimand could have. The small gesture traveled through the crew faster than any official word. It told them that their captain understood the pressure they were under and would not add to it unnecessarily. As the last lines were cast off and the great hull began to move away from the pier, Johann stood in his usual place on the conning tower. The shore receded behind them, and with it went the last easy contact with the world of families and letters and ordinary mornings. Ahead lay the open water and all the unknowns it held. He felt the familiar tightening in his chest, the same feeling he had carried on every departure, but this time it was joined by something else. This boat had been built by men who had worked through falling bombs. It had been designed by engineers who had stayed at their tables long after the rest of the city slept. It carried the hopes of people who had already lost too much and were still trying to give the men at sea a better chance. The weight on his shoulders had not lessened. If anything, it had grown heavier with every life and every story that had contributed to this moment. Yet as the engines settled into their steady rhythm and the crew moved to their stations with practiced efficiency, Johann felt something else settle alongside the weight, a quiet determination that had carried him through every previous patrol and would have to carry him through this one as well. He thought of the young rating whose mother waited for letters, of the engineering officer who had not come home, of his own daughter growing up in a house where the sea was both provider and thief. He thought of the welder in the shipyard who had kept working while the sky tried to stop him, and of the engineers who had drawn the lines that had become this hull. All of them had placed their trust, in one way or another, in the decisions he would make in the days and weeks ahead. The loneliness of command had not changed. It never would. But in that loneliness there was also a kind of clarity. The only way to honor the hands that had built the boat and the families that had already given so much was to carry the weight as steadily as the steel itself, and to bring as many of his men home as the ocean and the enemy would allow. The men who carried this kind of responsibility, the captains who stood alone with decisions that could end lives or save them, often did so in silence, their inner struggles known only to themselves and to the small circle of trusted officers who shared fragments of the burden. Understanding those quiet, heavy moments of leadership requires more than the official records can ever show. If you want to go deeper into the human reality of command at sea, the moral weight that never left these men even in their rare moments of rest, and the personal stories behind the decisions that shaped entire crews and their families, I invite you to join our Patreon community. There you'll find uncensored extended episodes, raw video footage without blurring, exclusive podcast deep dives into submarine warfare and the realities of command, and a chance to connect with fellow history enthusiasts who share your interest in these untold human dimensions. You can find the link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. Johann remained on the tower long after the shore had disappeared into the haze. The new boat moved beneath him with a steadiness that felt almost reassuring, as if the steel itself understood the importance of what it carried. He knew the days ahead would test every system and every man aboard, including himself. He knew the loneliness would return in the quiet watches and in the moments when a decision had to be made without the comfort of certainty. Yet he also knew that the weight he carried was not his alone. It had been placed there by the engineers who had stayed at their tables, by the workers who had refused to stop when the bombs fell, by the families who had already endured too many empty places at their tables, and by the men now moving through the boat below him who trusted him to bring them through whatever waited ahead. The ocean stretched out in every direction, vast and indifferent. The boat that had been born amidst falling bombs was now carrying its own story into that ocean. And the man whose shoulders bore the greatest share of that story stood where he always stood, alone with the weight, but never entirely without the quiet company of every hand that had helped shape the steel beneath his feet. In a remote Norwegian fjord under cover of darkness, crates marked only with numbers were swung aboard the giant submarine while armed guards watched every movement, and the crew who would sail with them began to feel the first cold touch of something they could not name. The loading took place in near silence. The only sounds were the creak of cables, the low rumble of the crane, and the occasional sharp word from an officer who wanted no questions asked. Johann stood on the conning tower, his coat collar turned up against the damp night air, watching as the heavy crates disappeared into the forward holds. He had been given sealed orders days earlier, orders that explained the destination and the importance of the cargo but left most of the details deliberately vague. He knew this was no ordinary patrol. The boat had been built for endurance, for long voyages that earlier submarines could never have attempted. Now it was being asked to carry something that mattered enough to justify every extra risk. The crew sensed the difference immediately. They had grown used to the rhythm of preparing for sea, last-minute checks, the quiet tension that always accompanied departure. This time there was something else in the air. The guards who accompanied the crates did not belong to the regular naval detachment. They spoke little and watched everything. When one of the younger ratings, a man named Max who had only recently joined the crew, asked a simple question about the weight of a particular crate, a guard turned and stared at him until the question died in his throat. Max returned to his work without another word, but the look stayed with him. Later, in the cramped mess where the off-duty men gathered for coffee that tasted more of chicory than anything else, he mentioned it quietly to the others. No one answered directly. They had all seen enough to know that some things were not meant to be discussed. Johann had chosen his trusted officers carefully for this voyage. Werner, The first watch officer who had served with him before was one of the few men he allowed into his confidence even partially. Late on the night before departure, they stood together in the small cabin while the last crates were secured below. Johann did not open the sealed orders in Werner's presence, but he spoke of the mission in careful terms. "We are carrying more than weapons this time," he said. "And we are going farther than we have gone before." Werner nodded. He had already noticed the extra passengers coming aboard, 2 Japanese naval officers in uniform and a small group of German civilians who carried themselves like technicians or scientists. The Japanese men kept to themselves, speaking through an interpreter when necessary. Their presence added another layer of strangeness to an already strange departure. Werner did not ask for more details. He understood that his captain would tell him what he needed to know when the time came. For now, his job was to keep the crew steady and the boat ready. The crew filled the quiet spaces with speculation because silence left too much room for fear. In the forward torpedo room, where space was tight and men worked shoulder to shoulder, Max and another rating named Paul spoke in low voices while checking lashings on the cargo. Paul had been at sea longer. He had seen boats return with half their crews missing and had learned to read the signs of a mission that carried extra weight. They wouldn't guard crates this heavily if it was just more mines or torpedoes, he said. Max glanced toward the hatch, making sure no one was close enough to hear. "Do you think it's something that could end the war?" he asked. Paul did not answer right away. He tightened a strap and tested it with his hand. "Or something that could end us if anyone finds out what we're carrying," he said finally. The words hummed between them. Neither man spoke again for a while. They finished their work and moved on to the next task, but the thought remained. Johann felt the weight of that thought even though he could not share it. In the quiet hours when the boat was still tied up and the last preparations were being made, he sat alone in his cabin with the sealed orders resting on the small table. He had read them enough times to know the words by heart, yet he still found himself unfolding the paper and looking at them again, as if the ink might reveal something new. The destination was Japan. The cargo was described only as materials and equipment of high strategic value. There were passengers whose identities were to be protected at all costs. Johann understood what that meant. Whatever was in the holds had been deemed important enough to risk one of the new giants on a voyage that would take them far beyond the familiar hunting grounds of the Atlantic. He thought of the families waiting at home, of the letters he would not be able to send once they were underway, of the men below decks who trusted him to bring them back. The secrecy added another layer to the loneliness he already carried. He could not explain to his crew why this mission felt different, why the usual calculations of risk and return no longer applied in the same way. He could only give orders and hope that the trust he had built with them over previous patrols would hold when questions became harder to answer. The Japanese officers added to the unease in small but constant ways. They ate separately and spoke among themselves in their own language. One of them, a quiet man with careful eyes, sometimes stood on the deck during the final hours before sailing and looked out at the fjord as if memorizing the shape of the land. The German technicians who had come aboard with the crates worked with quiet efficiency, checking the lashings and making notes in small books they kept close to their chests. They answered questions about the cargo with polite deflections. When Max, trying to be helpful, offered to assist with one of the heavier crates, one of the technicians smiled thinly and said the load was already balanced exactly as it needed to be. Max had walked away feeling as though he had stepped too close to something he was not meant to touch. There were moments of ordinary humanity that cut through the tension. One evening, after a long day of final loading, Werner found Max sitting alone on a coil of rope near the forward hatch, staring at nothing. The young rating had received a letter from home just before they left the last port, a short note from his mother saying that his younger brother had asked when he would be back. Werner sat down beside him without speaking at first. After a while he offered Max a cigarette from his own small supply. They smoked in silence while the sounds of the fjord, water against the hull, distant voices from the pier, filled the space between them. Werner did not ask what was troubling Max. He simply sat there until the cigarette was finished and then stood up, placing a hand briefly on the younger man's shoulder before walking away. It was a small gesture, the kind that happened often in the tight world of a submarine, but it mattered. Max returned to his work with steadier hands, and the story of the quiet moment spread through the crew in the way such stories always did, without words, through the simple fact that someone had noticed and cared enough to stop. Johann watched these small exchanges from a distance and felt both gratitude and a deeper weight. The men were doing their best to hold on to the ordinary rhythms of life aboard, even as everything around them pointed toward something extraordinary and dangerous. He knew that the secrecy surrounding the cargo would only grow once they were at sea. Rumors would spread no matter how carefully he tried to contain them. Men would wonder whether what they carried made them more valuable to the enemy or more expendable to their own side. They would wonder whether this voyage had a return ticket attached to it. Johann could not answer those questions because he did not fully know the answers himself. He only knew that the orders had come from the highest levels and that the men who had given them believed this cargo could still change the course of a war that was slipping away from them day by day. As the last lines were cast off and the great hull began to move out of the fjord, the crew stood at their stations with the same quiet focus they had shown during every previous departure. Yet beneath that focus ran a current of unease that had not been there before. Max wrote a short letter to his mother in the small notebook he kept for such things, though he knew he would not be able to send it until they reached wherever they were going. He wrote that the boat was strong and the captain was steady, and that he would write again when he could. He did not mention the guarded crates or the Japanese officers or the feeling that this voyage was carrying them into waters no one had fully charted. Paul, working nearby, saw the notebook but said nothing. He had his own small rituals for departure, checking the same strap 3 times, touching the hull once for luck. These were the ways men held on to control when so much had already been taken out of their hands. Johann remained on the conning tower until the fjord was behind them and the open water stretched ahead. The sealed orders were locked away now, but their presence seemed to fill the boat. He thought about the engineers who had designed this vessel for exactly this kind of long voyage, about the workers who had built it under falling bombs, about the families who had already given so much and were still being asked to give more. The cargo and the holds represented one last, desperate attempt to change the balance of a war that had turned against them. The men who would live with that cargo for the weeks and months ahead had not been told the full truth, and perhaps that was a mercy. Yet Johann knew that truth had a way of revealing itself in small ways, through a guarded crate, through an unexpected passenger, through the quiet that fell over a mess when certain questions were asked. The enigma they carried would travel with them whether anyone spoke of it or not. These hidden cargoes and the men who sailed with them represent some of the most closely guarded chapters of the war, stories of desperate technology transfers, secret alliances, and operations that were never meant to see the light of day. If you want to explore more of these forgotten missions and the human stories behind them, I invite you to sign up for our free email newsletter. You'll receive the exclusive ebook The Shadow War, 5 top-secret operations that shaped World War II, along with weekly deep-dive articles on espionage, forgotten cargo missions, and the hidden operations that decided the conflict's outcome. You can find the sign-up link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The giant submarine moved steadily into the open sea, its hull cutting through the dark water with a new purpose. Below decks, the crew settled into the routines that would carry them through the long voyage ahead. Max tucked his notebook away and checked the lashings on the cargo one more time before his watch ended. Paul spoke quietly with another man about the weather they might expect once they cleared the northern waters. Werner moved through the boat with the calm presence that helped steady the younger men. And Johann sat in his cabin with the door closed, the sealed orders resting in their locked drawer, and the weight of what he could not yet share resting on his shoulders like the steel that surrounded them all. The Enigma in the cargo hold had only just begun its journey. The men who would live with it for the weeks and months ahead carried their own private questions and their own quiet courage, the same courage that had already carried so many through patrols that should have ended them. Whatever waited in the crates, whatever the true purpose of this long voyage might be, the human story aboard the boat was already unfolding in the small spaces between orders and rumors, between silence and the need to keep going. The ocean ahead was vast. The answers, if they came at all, would come slowly, one watch at a time. In the gray light before dawn, a young sailor stood on the pier holding a letter he had written but could not yet send, watching the great hull of the submarine that would carry him away from everything he knew. Max had arrived at the harbor hours earlier than necessary. The letter in his hand was addressed to his mother, the same careful handwriting he had used since he was a boy writing from school. He had folded it 3 times and then unfolded it again, as if the creases might somehow make the words stronger or the distance shorter. Around him the pier was coming alive with the quiet activity of departure. Men moved in small groups, their voices low, their movements practiced. Crates and supplies were still being checked one last time, though everyone knew the real work of leaving had already begun in the heart long before any line was cast off. Max's mother had not been able to come to the port this time. The distance was too great and the times too uncertain. Instead, she had sent a small package through a neighbor who worked near the harbor, a tin of biscuits she had saved ration points to buy, and a photograph of the kitchen table where the family still sat for meals even when one chair remained empty. Max had opened the package in the dim light of the barracks and had eaten one biscuit slowly, letting the familiar taste anchor him for a moment. The photograph he slipped into the breast pocket of his jacket, next to the letter he would not be able to post until they reached wherever they were going. He had written his own letter in reply the night before, telling her that the new boat felt strong and that the captain seemed steady, and that he would write again as soon as he could. He had not mentioned the guarded crates or the Japanese officers or the feeling that this voyage was carrying them farther from home than any before. Johann moved through the final preparations with the same outward calm he always wore, but inside he felt the familiar tightening that came with every departure. He had said his goodbyes to his wife and daughter weeks earlier, in the small apartment where the blue room still held his daughter's drawings pinned to the wall. There had been no tears then, only the quiet understanding that had grown between them over many partings. His wife had placed her hand on his chest, over the pocket where he kept the photograph, and had said only, "Bring yourself back when you can." He had nodded because there was nothing else to say that would not make the leaving harder. Now, standing on the conning tower as the last supplies came aboard, he watched the crew and thought about how many of them were carrying similar invisible weights, letters tucked away, photographs pressed against their hearts, the unspoken fear that this time the return might not come. Werner, the first watch officer, had learned to read his captain's silences over the years they had served together. On this morning he stayed close without intruding, handling the small details of departure so that Johann could carry the larger ones. When a young rating dropped a tool and froze in embarrassment, Werner simply picked it up and handed it back with a nod that said the moment had already passed. He had his own family waiting in a town that had already lost too many of its sons. His wife wrote letters that arrived irregularly, filled with news of the garden and the neighbors and the small victories of making do with what remained. Werner kept those letters in a waterproof pouch inside his sea chest. On mornings like this one he sometimes allowed himself to imagine opening the next one, reading the familiar handwriting while the boat was safely tied to a pier somewhere far from here. The thought helped steady him when the weight of what they were carrying, the guarded cargo, the long voyage ahead, pressed too closely. Paul, the older rating who had already survived more patrols than he cared to count, moved through the final checks with a quiet efficiency that came from having done this too many times. He had said goodbye to his wife at the train station 3 days earlier. She had held him longer than usual, her hands gripping the back of his jacket as if she could anchor him there. When they finally stepped apart, she had not cried. Instead, she had touched his face once, the way she did when he left for every patrol, and had said, "The garden will be waiting." Paul had carried those words with him through the journey to the port and through the long night of final preparations. He had seen too many men leave with lighter words and never return. The simple promise of a garden still growing felt like something solid he could hold onto when everything else felt uncertain. The last hours before departure were filled with small acts of kindness that no one would record in any log. A crewman shared the last of his tobacco with another who had run out. Someone produced a tin of sardines that had been saved from a previous resupply and passed it around without being asked. Max, still holding his letter, helped an older man adjust a strap on a piece of equipment even though it was not his assigned task. These were the ordinary gestures that made the extraordinary leaving bearable. They reminded the men that they were not simply numbers being sent into the dark, but people who still had the capacity to notice one another and to offer what little comfort they could. Johann gathered the officers briefly in his cabin before the final orders were given. He did not speak of the cargo or the destination. Instead, he spoke of the boat and the men who would sail her. "We have been given something stronger than what came before," he said. "Use it well. Look after one another. The ocean does not care about our reasons for being here. It only cares whether we are ready." The words were simple, but they carried the weight of everything he could not say aloud: the mystery in the holds, the long distance ahead, the knowledge that this voyage was different in ways that might not allow for the usual calculations of risk and return. The officers nodded and returned to their stations. Werner lingered for a moment after the others had gone. He did not ask questions. He simply met his captain's eyes and gave a small nod of his own, the kind that said he understood the burden and would help carry what he could. When the final lines were cast off and the great hull began to move away from the pier, the crew stood at their stations with the mixture of focus and quiet emotion that always accompanied departure. Max stood near the forward hatch, the letter still in his pocket, watching the shore recede. He thought of his mother at the kitchen table, reading the letter he had written and then folding it away until the next one arrived. He thought of the photograph she had sent and wondered whether the next time he saw her face it would be in person or only in his memory. The fear was there, but so was something else, a fragile hope that this new boat, built for endurance and carrying whatever secret weight now rested in its holds, might finally give the men at sea a better chance than they had been given before. Paul stood at his post with his hands steady on the equipment, his thoughts already turning to the routines that would carry them through the days ahead. He had said his goodbyes many times. Each one had taken something from him, and each return had given something back. He did not know whether this departure would follow the same pattern. The boat felt different beneath his feet, larger, steadier, built with a purpose that went beyond the usual patrols. The guarded cargo and the silent passengers added another layer of uncertainty. Yet Paul had learned that the only way to meet uncertainty was to do the work in front of him and to trust that the men around him were doing the same. Johann remained on the conning tower until the harbor had faded into the haze behind them. He thought of his wife and daughter in the small apartment, of the blue room and the drawings on the wall. He thought of the welder in the shipyard who had kept working while the bombs fell, of the engineers who had stayed at their tables long into the night, of every family that had already given a son and was still being asked to believe that the giving mattered. The ache of leaving was the same as it had always been, but the hope that accompanied it felt both more fragile and more necessary than before. This boat had been built to change the pattern of loss. The men aboard her carried the weight of that intention along with their own private fears and their own quiet courage. These moments of departure, the last embraces that happened in silence or in a few careful words, the letters written but not yet sent, the photographs carried close to the heart, belong to every family that has ever watched someone they love go to sea. They are part of the universal human cost of conflict, the ache that remains long after the boats have disappeared over the horizon. If you find yourself wanting to hold onto those stories more closely, to read accounts written by the men who lived them or to see the faces and the vessels that carried them through such moments, there is a collection I often turn to myself. It includes carefully chosen World War II naval history books that let you walk alongside those sailors and their families, authentic memorabilia replicas that help you feel the weight of what they carried, and the epic film Midway, which brings the human courage and sacrifice of naval warfare to life in a way that echoes across every ocean where men served. You can find all of it together through the secure link I've placed in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The giant submarine moved steadily into the open water, its hull cutting through the dark sea with a new purpose. Below decks, the crew settled into the routines that would carry them through the long voyage ahead. Max tucked the letter deeper into his pocket and checked the lashings on the cargo one more time before his watch began. Paul spoke quietly with another man about the weather they might expect once they cleared the northern waters. Werner moved through the boat with the calm presence that helped steady the younger men. And Johann stood where he always stood when the shore disappeared, alone with the weight of command, but never entirely without the quiet company of every hand that had helped shape the steel beneath his feet and every family that had already given so much to the men who sailed inside it. The horizon ahead was empty and vast. The boat that had been born amidst falling bombs and had taken on its secret burden in a hidden fjord was now carrying its own story, and the stories of everyone who had helped bring it this far, into whatever waited beyond the last sight of land. The ache of departure would travel with them for a while, the way it always did. But so would the fragile hope that this time, with this boat and this crew, the leaving might finally lead somewhere that made the cost worthwhile. The first sign came not with a shout but with a faint, rhythmic ping that traveled through the hull like a heartbeat that did not belong to any man aboard. Max was on watch in the forward section when the sound reached him. He had been checking the lashings on the cargo for what felt like the 100th time since they left the fjord, his hands moving through the familiar motions while his mind drifted to the letter still tucked in his pocket. The ping was soft at first, almost easy to mistake for the normal creaks and groans of the boat moving through water. Then it came again, clearer this time, and Max felt the skin at the back of his neck tighten. He looked up and met the eyes of the man working beside him. Neither spoke. They both knew what that sound meant. Johann was in the control room when the report came. The hydrophone operator's voice was steady, but the words carried the weight of everything that followed. Contact bearing 080, closing slowly. Johann did not need to ask for confirmation. He had heard that particular rhythm too many times before. He gave the order to dive without raising his voice, the same calm tone he used for every command, because he knew the men around him were listening not only to the words but to the steadiness behind them. The boat began its descent, the familiar pressure building in their ears as the ocean closed over them. This was the first real test of the new giant since they had slipped away from the last sight of land. The cargo in the holds made every decision heavier. The men who had built her under falling bombs and the families who had watched them leave were now counting on this steel to do what smaller boats had not always been able to manage, keep its crew alive when the hunters found them. The dive was smooth, but smoothness did not remove the fear. Paul had been through this before on smaller boats that had shaken like leaves in a storm when the charges fell close. He moved to his station with the practiced efficiency of a man who had learned that panic was the real enemy. When he passed Max, he placed a hand briefly on the younger man's shoulder, not a word, just the solid pressure of someone who had survived this before and was still standing. Max felt the touch and drew a breath that steadied him enough to keep working. These small gestures were the only comfort available when the world outside the hull had turned hostile. The pinging grew louder as the enemy vessel drew closer. Johann stood at the periscope well, though he kept the scope down. He did not need to see the surface to know what was happening above them. The enemy was searching methodically, the way experienced hunters did when they suspected something large was beneath them. The new boat was bigger than anything Johann had commanded before, and that size brought both advantages and dangers. It could stay down longer and carry more, but it also presented a larger echo to the listening devices above. He gave the order to change course and speed in careful increments, each adjustment designed to slip them out of the searching pattern without creating a sudden movement that would draw attention. The men at the planes and the helm responded without hesitation. They had trained for this, but training was only a shadow of the real thing. The first depth charge came without warning. The explosion was distant enough that the boat only shuddered, but the sound still rolled through every compartment like thunder trapped inside a metal tube. Max felt the deck tilt beneath his feet and grabbed a pipe to steady himself. His heart hammered so hard he was certain the others could hear it. He thought of his mother at the kitchen table, of the photograph in his pocket, of the letter he had written but not yet sent. The fear was sharp and immediate, but it was joined by something else, the knowledge that the men around him were feeling the same thing and were still doing their jobs. That shared fear, oddly, made the moment bearable. Johann's voice remained level as he gave the next orders. He called for silent running, for the boat to go deeper, for the men to conserve every breath and every movement. He knew the enemy above was listening for any sign that they had found their target. The larger size of the boat meant they could go deeper than many of the older vessels, and Johann used that advantage without hesitation. The pressure increased as they descended, the hull groaning in protest around them. In the control room, the air grew thick and warm. Men wiped sweat from their faces and kept their eyes on their instruments. No one spoke unless they had to. The silence itself became a kind of armor. Werner moved through the boat during the long wait, checking on each compartment with the same calm presence he brought to every crisis. In the forward section he found Max still gripping the pipe, his knuckles white. Werner spoke quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Breathe with the boat," he said. "She knows what she's doing." Max nodded and tried to match his breathing to the slow rhythm of the hull as it settled at depth. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of experience. Werner had been through this with Johann before. He knew the value of a steady voice when everything outside was trying to tear the world apart. Another pattern of charges fell, closer this time. The explosions hammered the hull in rapid succession, and the boat shuddered violently enough that men were thrown against bulkheads. Paul caught a younger rating before he could fall and held him steady until the shaking stopped. The air filled with the smell of fear and sweat and the faint metallic tang that always came when the boat was stressed. In the control room, Johann watched the depth gauge and the compass and made the small adjustments that might mean the difference between being found and slipping away. Every decision rested on his shoulders, but he carried it the way he had learned to carry everything, by focusing only on the next necessary action and trusting the men around him to do the same. The waiting was the hardest part. After the charges stopped, the boat hung in the deep water while the enemy circled above, still listening. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Men stood or sat in their places, conserving air, conserving movement, conserving hope. Max thought about the cargo they carried and wondered whether whatever was in those crates was worth the risk of being hunted like this. He did not ask the question aloud. No one did. The answer, if there was one, belonged to the captain and to the sealed orders locked in his cabin. For now, survival was the only thing that mattered. Johann felt the weight of that survival pressing on him with every passing minute. He thought of the families waiting at home, of the welder who had built this boat under falling bombs, of the engineers who had designed her to endure exactly this kind of pressure. He thought of his own wife and daughter and of the photograph he carried. The new boat had been meant to give them a better chance, to reduce the terrible cycle of short patrols and constant danger. Yet here they were, deep beneath the surface, being hunted by an enemy that did not care how large or how new the boat was. The only advantages they had were the skill of the crew, the steadiness of the command, and the quiet courage that kept men doing their jobs when every instinct screamed to run or to hide. Another pattern of charges fell, farther away this time. The sound was still terrifying, but the distance gave Johann hope that their changes of course and depth were working. He gave the order to maintain silent running and to continue the slow, careful movement away from the searching vessel. The boat responded, and the men responded with it. In the forward compartment, Max finally released his grip on the pipe. His hands were shaking, but he steadied them by checking the cargo lashings one more time. The familiar motion helped. Paul caught his eye and gave a small nod, the kind that said they had survived this round and would survive the next if they kept doing what they were doing. The enemy eventually moved on, the pinging fading into the distance until it was only a memory. Johann waited a full hour longer before giving the order to come up to periscope depth and check the surface. When the scope broke the water and showed nothing but empty ocean in every direction, a collective breath seemed to move through the boat. Men looked at one another with the quiet recognition of those who had faced annihilation together and had come through on the other side. There were no cheers, no dramatic gestures. Only the slow return to normal routines and the understanding that nothing would ever feel quite the same again. Afterward, when the immediate danger had passed and the boat was running on the surface again to recharge and ventilate, the crew gathered in small groups during their off-watch hours. Max sat with Paul and another man, sharing a cup of the bitter coffee that always tasted better after a close call. They did not speak much about what had happened. Instead, they spoke of small things, the way the boat had handled the depth, the steadiness of the captain's voice, the way Werner had moved through the compartments like a calm presence in the middle of the storm. These conversations were not about bravery. They were about the simple fact that they were still here, still together, still doing the work that needed doing. Johann stood on the conning tower in the fresh air, letting the wind clear the last of the stale, fear-scented atmosphere from his lungs. Werner joined him for a few minutes without being asked. They did not speak of the attack or the decisions that had been made. They simply stood together and watched the horizon, two men who had carried the weight of command and survival through another crisis and would carry it again when the next one came. Johann thought of the families waiting at home and of the men below who had trusted him with their lives. The new boat had proven it could take punishment and keep its crew alive. That was something. It was not everything, but it was something real that had not existed before the yards had sent this steel into the water. The heart-pounding evasion, the shared terror of being hunted in the deep, and the raw human reality of those moments beneath the waves were captured in photographs and footage that were never meant for ordinary eyes. If you want to see the unfiltered faces of men in those exact situations, the strain, the courage, the quiet endurance that never made it into official reports, our exclusive Gumroad collection of rare, uncensored wartime photographs and footage from submarine attacks and evasion shows exactly that truth. These images reveal the harsh realities of being hunted beneath the waves in a way no description can fully capture. You can find the collection through the secure link I've placed in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The giant submarine continued its journey across the dark water, the first real test behind it and the long voyage still ahead. Max returned to his duties with a steadiness he had not possessed before the pinging began. Paul moved through his work with the quiet acceptance of a man who had faced this before and knew he would face it again. Werner kept the crew steady with his calm presence. And Johann carried the weight of command as he always did, alone in the moments that mattered most, but never entirely without the quiet company of the men who had chosen to trust him with their lives. The thunder from the deep had come and gone. The ocean remained vast and indifferent. But the boat and its crew had proven something important to themselves and to everyone who had placed their hope in this new steel: they could endure. And in a war where endurance was the difference between coming home and becoming another silence in another kitchen, that proof mattered more than any of them could yet say aloud. In the dim light of the mess, where the air was thick with the smell of coffee and the low hum of the engines, men who had faced death together only days before now passed a loaf of bread and spoke of home as if the words themselves could keep the darkness at bay. The attack had changed something in the boat, though no one spoke of it directly. The pinging and the thunder of the depth charges had left a residue that clung to the steel and to the men inside it. They moved through their routines with the same efficiency, but their eyes met more often, and their voices, when they spoke, carried a different weight. The long transit ahead would test them in ways the sudden violence of the hunt had not. There would be no explosions to break the tension, only the endless hours of submerged running, the careful management of air and batteries, and the slow accumulation of fatigue that turned even small irritations into something larger. In that slow grind, the only real defense was each other. Max had not slept well since the charges fell. He lay in his narrow bunk during his off-watch hours, staring at the curved steel above him and listening to the steady rhythm of the boat. The letter from his mother was still in his pocket, though he had not taken it out since the attack. He kept reaching for it and then stopping, as if unfolding it might somehow make the distance to home feel greater. On the third night after the evasion, he sat at the small fold-down table in the forward compartment with a piece of paper and a pencil. The words came slowly. He wrote about the strength of the new boat and the steadiness of the men around him. He did not write about the fear that had gripped him when the hull shuddered, or about the way Paul's hand on his shoulder had steadied something inside him that he had not known was shaking. When he finished, he folded the letter carefully and tucked it away with the one from home. The act of writing had not made the fear disappear, but it had made the boat feel a little less like a cage and a little more like a place where men still remembered who they were. Paul had seen this before on other boats. The long stretches between danger were when the real strain showed itself. He had learned to watch for the small signs, the man who stopped eating, the one who grew quiet, the one whose hands trembled slightly when he thought no one was looking. On this boat the signs were milder than he had expected, perhaps because the vessel itself was larger and the air felt less oppressive than in the older boats he had known. Still, he made it his quiet business to notice. During one of the carefully timed meals that broke the monotony of the watch rotation, he sat across from Max and spoke of a patrol from years earlier when a storm had kept them on the surface for days and the entire crew had begun to fray at the edges. "We started telling stories," Paul said, his voice low enough that only Max could hear. "Not the big ones about battles. The small ones. About what we ate at home, about the way the light looked on a certain street in the evening." It helped. Max listened without interrupting. When Paul finished, he nodded and offered the last piece of the bread they had been sharing. The gesture was small, but it was the beginning of something that would grow in the days ahead. The mess became the heart of that growing something. The space was cramped, the table barely large enough for 4 men at a time, but it was where the off-watch crew gathered when they could. The food was simple: canned meat, biscuits that had to be broken with a knife, coffee that tasted more of the tin it came from than of anything that had once grown in the ground. Yet the act of sitting together, of passing the tin or the loaf without being asked, of speaking in voices that did not need to carry over the noise of battle, created a rhythm that the boat itself could not provide. Werner often joined them for a few minutes between his rounds. He did not talk much about the mission or the cargo that still sat under guard in the forward holds. Instead, he asked quiet questions about where each man was from and what they missed most. The answers were ordinary and therefore precious: the smell of bread baking, the sound of children playing in a courtyard, the way a wife's hand felt when it rested on a shoulder at the end of a long day. These were not secrets that needed protecting. They were the small anchors that kept men from drifting too far into the isolation of the steel tube. Johann observed these gatherings from a slight distance, as captains must. He ate at different times or stood in the passageway with a cup in his hand, listening without intruding. He had learned over many patrols that the bonds forming among the crew were as important to their survival as any order he could give. The attack had shown him that the men could function under sudden pressure. The long transit would show him whether they could hold together when pressure became the constant background of every hour. He saw the way Max began to sit a little straighter after his conversations with Paul. He saw the way Werner's calm presence seemed to ease something in the younger men when he moved through the compartments. He saw, too, the small kindnesses that no log would ever record: a man giving up his bunk for an extra hour to a shipmate who had not slept, another sharing a precious cigarette he had been saving, a third quietly taking over a task when he noticed a comrade's hands were shaking from fatigue. These were the threads that wove the crew into something stronger than the sum of its individual fears. One evening, during a rare moment when the boat was running at periscope depth to ventilate and the air felt almost fresh, Max found himself sitting with Paul and two other men in the forward torpedo room. The space was dim and the light from the single bulb cast long shadows across the curved bulkheads. Paul was telling a story about a Christmas he had spent at sea years earlier, when the crew had managed to save a small piece of sausage and a few biscuits and had called it a feast. The story was not dramatic. There were no depth charges or dramatic escapes. It was simply about men who had decided, for one evening, to remember who they were outside the war. Max listened and felt something loosen in his chest that had been tight since the attack. When Paul finished, Max spoke for the first time about his mother's kitchen and the way she always set an extra place at the table even when he was not there. The words came out slowly, but once they started they did not stop until he had described the photograph she had sent and the letter he still carried. No one interrupted. When he finished, Paul simply nodded and said, "She sounds like the kind of woman who would keep the light on." Max felt his eyes sting and looked down at his hands until the moment passed. The others did not comment. They simply remained in the small circle of light, and the silence that followed was not empty. It was full of the understanding that each of them carried similar pictures and similar hopes. Werner noticed these exchanges and made space for them when he could. During one particularly long submerged stretch, when the air had grown heavy and the men were moving more slowly than usual, he arranged for an extra few minutes of rest for the forward compartment by quietly adjusting the watch rotation. He did not announce the change. He simply made it happen and let the men discover the extra rest on their own. When Max realized what had been done, he sought Werner out in the passageway and offered a quiet thank you. Werner shrugged as if it were nothing, but the look in his eyes said he understood exactly how much the small mercy mattered. These were the moments that turned the steel tube into something more than a machine of war. They were the moments that reminded every man aboard that they were not simply parts of a larger weapon. They were people who still needed kindness and who still had the capacity to give it. Johann carried his own version of this need. In the quiet hours when the boat was running deep and the only sounds were the low thrum of the motors and the occasional creak of the hull, he sometimes allowed himself to think of his wife and daughter in the small apartment with the blue room. He did not have photographs displayed where the crew could see them. The weight of command required a certain distance. But he kept the picture in his pocket and sometimes, when no one was watching, he would touch the paper through the fabric of his jacket as if the contact could carry a message across the water. He knew the men below were doing the same in their own ways. The long transit was teaching him that the bonds forming in the boat were not a weakness. They were the only thing that made the isolation and the danger endurable. The engineers who had designed this larger vessel had given them more space and more endurance. The shipyard workers who had built her under falling bombs had given them steel that could take punishment. But it was the men themselves, through their whispered conversations and their small kindnesses, who were giving each other the one thing no design could provide, the sense that they were not alone in the dark. The days blurred into one another, marked only by the changing of the watches and the carefully timed meals. The cargo in the forward holds remained a silent presence, guarded and unexplained, but the men had learned to live around it. Their conversations rarely touched on what might be inside the crates. Instead, they spoke of the things that had always mattered to men far from home, the taste of real bread, the sound of rain on a roof, the way a child's hand felt when it reached for yours in a crowd. These were not escapes from the war. They were anchors that kept the war from swallowing them completely. In the cramped mess, with the smell of coffee and the low voices of men who had already faced death together, the steel tube became something the designers had never intended. It became a place where humanity persisted, where the machinery of conflict could not reach the small, stubborn core of who the men still were. These quiet bonds, formed in the long watches and the shared meals and the small kindnesses that no one recorded, are the stories that often disappear when we speak only of battles and orders and the movement of steel across the sea. If you believe, as I do, that these forgotten human stories of camaraderie and everyday humanity at sea deserve to be remembered with the same care we give to the machines and the missions, then I would be grateful if you would consider supporting this channel with a small tip on Ko-Fi. Even just $1 helps fund the countless hours of research, archival digging, and careful storytelling needed to bring these stories to light. You can find the link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The giant submarine continued its steady progress through the dark water, the crew moving through their days with a rhythm that had become its own kind of comfort. Max no longer reached for the letter in his pocket every hour. He still carried it, but the need to touch it had eased into something quieter. Paul continued to tell his small stories at the table, and the circle of men who listened grew by 1 or 2 each time. Werner kept the watch rotation fair and the small mercies flowing without announcement. And Johann stood where he always stood when the weight felt heaviest, alone with the charts and the sealed orders, but never entirely without the quiet company of the men whose whispered conversations and shared bread were slowly turning a steel tube into something that could carry them all the way to whatever waited at the end of this long horizon. The brotherhood of the endless watch was not something that could be ordered or designed. It was something that grew in the spaces between danger and routine, in the moments when men chose to be kind to one another because kindness was the only thing the ocean could not take from them. And in that growth, the boat and its crew were becoming something stronger than any of them had expected when they first slipped away from the last sight of land. In the long watches when the only light came from the dim bulbs and the only sound was the steady thrum of the motors, doubts began to slip through the steel like water through a seam no one had noticed before. Max was the first to speak of it openly, though he did so only to Paul during a quiet moment in the forward compartment. They were checking the lashings on the cargo again, a task that had become almost ritual since the attack. The crates sat under their tarpaulins like sleeping animals whose true size and nature remained hidden. Max's hands moved automatically while his mind turned over something he had overheard on the last surfaced watch. A fragment of a broadcast, caught between static and the careful wording of official announcements, had mentioned setbacks in the east and difficulties in holding certain lines. The words had been brief and quickly followed by assurances of eventual victory, but Max had heard the gap between what was said and what was meant. He had carried that gap with him ever since. Paul listened without interrupting. He had been at sea long enough to recognize the sound of a man testing the weight of a thought he was not yet ready to carry alone. When Max finished, Paul simply tightened a strap and said, "The sea does not care who wins. It only cares whether we come back." The words were not an answer, but they were something solid Max could hold onto for a moment. He nodded and they finished the work in silence. Later, when they sat together over the bitter coffee in the mess, Max spoke again, more carefully this time. He asked whether Paul thought the things they were carrying could still make a difference. Paul looked at him for a long moment before answering. "I think the men who sent us believe it can," he said. "Whether that belief is enough for the rest of us, that is the question we are all starting to ask in our own way." The question was spreading through the boat like a slow current. It showed itself in small ways at first. A man who had once spoken with certainty about the cause now grew quiet when the topic arose. Another began to write longer letters home, as if trying to capture everything he might not have the chance to say later. Werner noticed the change in the atmosphere during his rounds. He saw it in the way conversations stopped when he entered a compartment and started again on safer subjects once he had passed. He did not take it personally. He understood that doubt was a private thing before it became something shared, and that the men were still learning how to carry it without letting it break the fragile rhythm they had built together after the attack. Johann felt the shift most acutely because he could not afford to show it. The sealed orders in his cabin had not changed, but the world outside the hull had. Fragments of news reached them through the careful monitoring of broadcasts, and each fragment carried the same underlying message. The tide that had once seemed unstoppable was now running against them in ways that could no longer be hidden. Johann sat alone with the charts and the orders during his off-watch hours and allowed himself to face what the crew was only beginning to sense. The cargo they carried had been deemed important enough to risk one of the new giants on a voyage that would take them far beyond any previous patrol. Yet if the larger war was already slipping away, what did that importance truly mean? He thought of the engineers who had designed this boat, of the workers who had built it under falling bombs, of the families who had already given sons in the belief that the sacrifice would count for something lasting. The doubt that crept in was not about his duty to the men aboard. It was about whether the duty they were all fulfilling could still deliver the future they had been promised. Max's crisis came to a head during a long submerged watch when the boat was running deep to avoid detection. He had been thinking about his younger brother, the one who had asked when he would be home. The boy would be older now, old enough to understand that some men did not come back. Max found himself wondering what he would tell that boy if he did return. What story he could offer that would make sense of the guarded crates and the long silence and the growing sense that the cause they had been taught to believe in was no longer the same cause that had sent them to sea in the first place. He spoke to Paul again, this time in the narrow space between two bunks where they could talk without being overheard. "I keep thinking about what we are really doing here," Max said. "Not the orders. The real thing. If the war is already lost in every place that matters, then what are we carrying? And what will it cost the people we left behind if we do not come back?" Paul did not have an answer that would satisfy either of them. He only said, "We carry what we were given. We come back if we can. The rest is for other men to decide." The words were honest, but they left Max with the same hollow feeling he had carried since the broadcast. Werner carried his own version of the doubt. He had always believed in the steadiness of command and in the idea that loyalty to the boat and to the men beside him was its own kind of answer. Now he found himself wondering whether that loyalty was being asked to serve something that no longer existed in the way they had once understood it. He saw the same question in the eyes of the men when they thought no one was watching. During one of the carefully managed meals, he sat with a small group and let the conversation drift toward home and the future rather than steering it away. A young rating spoke of wanting to open a small shop after the war, of having a place where he could decide what he built and who he served. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of everything the man was beginning to doubt about the larger cause. Werner listened and did not correct or redirect. He simply let the conversation happen, and in doing so he gave the men permission to carry their doubts without having to hide them completely. Johann watched these moments from the slight distance command required, and he felt the responsibility of it settle more heavily than before. He could not share his own reflections with the crew. He could only maintain the outward steadiness that allowed them to keep functioning. Yet in the quiet of his cabin he allowed himself to face the full shape of the question. The cargo in the holds represented one last attempt to change the balance of a war that was already turning against them in every theater that mattered. The men who had sent them believed it could still matter. Johann was no longer certain he shared that belief. What he did believe was that the men aboard this boat deserved to survive if survival was still possible. He thought of the attack they had already endured, of the way the crew had held together afterward through small kindnesses and shared stories. He thought of the families waiting at home who had already endured too many empty places at their tables. The doubt he carried was not about abandoning the mission. It was about whether the mission could still deliver anything that would justify the cost already paid and the cost still to come. The doubts did not break the boat. They changed it in ways that were both subtle and profound. Conversations that had once been about the next watch or the quality of the coffee now sometimes touched on larger questions, always carefully, always in fragments. A man would speak of a brother lost on an earlier patrol and then fall silent, as if the loss had taken on a new meaning in light of the news filtering through. Another would write a longer letter home and then hesitate before sealing it, as if unsure whether the words still meant what they had meant when he first put pencil to paper. These were not acts of rebellion. They were the quiet ways men tried to reconcile what they had already given with what they were still being asked to give. Paul, who had survived more patrols than most, found himself reflecting on the difference between the early days of the war and the reality they now inhabited. He had once believed that endurance and courage would be enough to turn the tide. Now he saw that endurance was being asked to serve a purpose that grew more uncertain with every passing watch. He did not speak of this to the younger men. Instead, he continued to tell his small stories at the table and to offer the steady presence that had helped Max after the attack. The stories were no longer just about survival. They had become something quieter, a way of reminding the men that they were still human even when the cause they served had begun to feel like something they no longer fully recognized. Johann made one small adjustment during this period of growing doubt. He began to appear more often in the compartments during the long watches, not to give orders but simply to be present. He would stand for a few minutes near the men working on the cargo or the engines, listening to their low conversations without interrupting. When he spoke, it was usually to ask a practical question or to offer a quiet word of acknowledgement for work well done. The men noticed the change. It did not remove their doubts, but it gave them a place to carry those doubts without feeling entirely alone with them. In the cramped steel world of the boat, that presence mattered more than any speech could have. The doubts carried in the dark were not the end of the mission. They were the beginning of a different kind of test. One that would ask each man to decide what he still believed was worth protecting and what he was willing to risk for a future that no longer looked the way any of them had once imagined. The cargo remained under its tarpaulins. The sealed orders remained locked in the captain's cabin. But the men who lived with both had begun to live with something else as well, the quiet, persistent question of whether the sacrifice they were making could still mean what they had once been told it would mean. That question did not have an answer they could reach while the boat moved through the dark water. It would wait for them, patient and heavy, until the moment when the world outside the hull forced them to face it directly. The moral and technological dilemmas of these late-war missions, the desperate attempts to change the course of a failing conflict through secret cargoes and long voyages, and the personal crises of faith they created in the men who carried them, are among the most complex and least examined chapters of the war. If you want to explore these struggles more deeply, to hear extended conversations about the human cost of loyalty when the cause itself is crumbling, and to connect with others who share an interest in the quiet moral battles fought inside steel hulls far from home, I invite you to join our Patreon community. There you'll find uncensored extended episodes, raw video footage without blurring, exclusive podcast deep dives into the moral and technological dilemmas of late war missions, and a chance to connect with fellow history enthusiasts. You can find the link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The giant submarine continued its steady progress, the crew moving through their days with the same outward discipline that had carried them through the attack and the long watches that followed. Max still carried his letter in his pocket, though he no longer reached for it as often. Paul continued to tell his stories at the table, the circle of listeners growing a little larger each time. Werner kept the small mercies flowing and the watch rotations fair. And Johann stood where he always stood when the weight felt heaviest, alone with the charts and the sealed orders, but never entirely without the quiet company of the men whose doubts he could not share but whose endurance he had come to trust more than any order he had ever been given. The doubts carried in the dark had not broken them. They had simply become part of the air they breathed, another layer of the long transit that would shape whatever came next when the horizon finally revealed itself. The radio had been silent for so long that when it crackled to life in the control room, the sound itself felt like an intrusion from a world they had almost forgotten existed. Max was in the forward compartment when the announcement began. He had been sitting on a coil of rope, turning the letter from his mother over in his hands without opening it, when the voice came through the speaker in the passageway. At first it was only static in the careful, measured tone of an official broadcast. Then the words began to land, one after another, like stones dropped into still water. Unconditional surrender. The war in Europe was over. The government that had sent them to sea no longer existed in the way they had understood it. Max felt the paper in his hands go still. He looked up and saw the faces of the men around him changing as the meaning reached them. No one spoke at first. The only sound was the continuing voice from the radio and the low, steady thrum of the boat's motors, which suddenly seemed impossibly loud against the silence that had fallen over the compartment. In the control room, Johann stood with his hands resting on the edge of the chart table. He had been expecting news of some kind. The fragments they had caught over the past weeks had prepared him for the possibility that the end was near. But expectation was not the same as hearing the words spoken in that flat, final tone. He felt the weight of every sealed order in his cabin, every guarded crate in the forward holds, every life now resting on decisions he had not yet been forced to make. The surrender changed everything and nothing at the same time. The boat was still here. The cargo was still here. The men were still here. But the reason they had been sent was gone, replaced by something vast and empty that none of them had been trained to navigate. Paul was in the engine room when the news reached him. He had been checking a valve, his hands moving through the familiar motions while his mind turned over the doubts that had been growing in the long watches. When the announcement came through the speaker, he stopped what he was doing and listened without moving. He had survived enough patrols to know that the sea did not care about governments or causes. It only cared about whether a boat could stay together when everything else fell apart. Yet even with that knowledge, the word struck him with a force he had not expected. He thought of the men he had already lost on earlier boats, of the families who had received the letters he had helped write. He thought of the garden his wife had promised would be waiting. For the first time in many years, Paul felt the ground beneath his certainty shift. He wiped his hands on a rag and looked at the men around him. Their faces reflected the same stunned quiet that had settled over the boat. Werner was moving through the compartments when the broadcast began. He stopped where he was and listened with the rest of them. He had seen the doubts growing in the crew over the past days, the way conversations had changed, the way men had begun to carry their questions in their eyes. Now those questions had an answer none of them had wanted. He felt the responsibility of his position settle more heavily than before. The men would look to him and to the captain for some kind of direction, some way to make sense of what had just been taken from them. Werner did not yet know what that direction would be. He only knew that whatever came next would test the bonds they had built in the long watches more severely than any depth charge ever had. The immediate reactions moved through the boat like a wave. In the mess, where several men had been sitting over coffee, the cups were set down and left untouched. One young rating put his face in his hands and stayed that way for a long time. Another stared at the bulkhead as if he could see through it to the ocean beyond and the home he might never see again. Max remained in the forward compartment, the letter still in his hands. He thought of his mother at the kitchen table and of the photograph she had sent. He thought of his younger brother asking when he would come home. The surrender meant the fighting was supposed to stop, but it did not mean the boat could simply turn around and sail back into a world that no longer existed in the way they had left it. The cargo they carried, the passengers who had come aboard in secrecy, the long voyage they had already begun, all of it now existed in a space between the war that had ended and whatever came after. Max felt a grief that had no clear shape. It was not only for the cause or for the men already lost. It was for the version of himself that had stepped aboard believing the sacrifice would mean something lasting. Johann gave the order for the boat to maintain its course and depth while he took stock of what the announcement actually meant for them. He called Werner and two other trusted officers into his cabin. The space felt smaller than usual with 4 men inside it. Johann did not open the sealed orders. He simply told them what he knew: the government had surrendered unconditionally. U-boats at sea had been ordered to cease hostilities and proceed to the nearest Allied port. The words were straightforward, but the reality behind them was anything but. They were carrying a cargo that had been deemed strategically vital. They had passengers whose identities and purpose had been protected at the highest levels. They were already far from any port that could be considered safe or neutral. And they were still a German submarine in waters where the enemy would not necessarily know or care that the war in Europe had ended. The fierce debates began almost immediately, though they were conducted in low voices and in small groups rather than in any single gathering. In the forward compartment, Max and two other men spoke in fragments. One argued that they should continue to their original destination, that the cargo still mattered and that turning back would mean everything they had already endured had been for nothing. Another said the war was over and continuing would only get them killed for a cause that no longer existed. Max listened without taking sides. He thought of his family and of the letter he still carried. He thought of the attack they had survived and of the way the crew had held together afterward. The arguments were not really about the cargo or the orders. They were about what each man could still bear to believe and what he could no longer afford to carry. Paul found himself in the engine room with several of the older hands. These were men who had already given years to the service. They spoke of the comrades they had lost and of the families who had already received too many telegrams. One of them said quietly that honor did not require them to die for a government that no longer existed. Another answered that honor required them to finish what they had started, whatever the cost. Paul listened and said little. He had lived long enough to know that both arguments contained truth and that neither could be settled by words alone. The real question was what they would do when the captain gave his orders, and whether they could live with the choice once it was made. Werner moved through the boat during those first hours, listening more than speaking. He heard the grief in voices that had been steady through the attack. He heard the anger in men who felt they had been lied to about the state of the war. He heard the confusion in those who simply did not know what loyalty meant anymore when the thing they had been loyal to had surrendered without them. He also heard the small kindnesses that persisted even in the middle of the storm. A man who had been arguing fiercely with another about continuing the mission later brought him a cup of the bitter coffee without being asked. Another who had sat in stunned silence for an hour quietly took over a watch so a shipmate could have a few extra minutes to sit with whatever he was feeling. These moments did not resolve the larger questions. They simply reminded everyone that they were still men who could choose to be decent to one another even when the world they had known had collapsed. Johann remained in his cabin for a long time after the initial orders had been given. He read the sealed documents again, though he already knew their contents. He thought of the engineers who had designed this boat, of the workers who had built it under falling bombs, of the families who had watched their sons leave believing the sacrifice would count for something that would outlast any single government. He thought of his own wife and daughter and of the photograph he carried. The surrender had not removed his responsibility to the men aboard. If anything, it had increased it. They were now adrift in a way that went beyond geography. The cause that had sent them to sea no longer existed in any official form. The cargo they carried and the passengers who had come aboard in secrecy now existed in a moral and practical space that no training had prepared them to navigate. The shock slowly gave way to a kind of stunned exhaustion. Men returned to their stations because there was nothing else to do. The boat continued to move through the water because stopping was not an option. But nothing felt the same. Conversations that had once been about the next watch or the quality of the coffee now carried the weight of everything that had been taken from them. Max sat with the letter from his mother and finally opened the one he had written in reply. He read it through once and then folded it again without sealing it. The words he had written no longer matched the world he was living in. Paul continued his work in the engine room, but his hands moved more slowly than usual, as if the familiar motions now required conscious effort. Werner kept the watch rotation fair and the small mercies flowing, though he could see in the eyes of the men that the bonds they had built were now being asked to hold something heavier than any of them had expected. Johann eventually emerged from his cabin and moved through the boat. He did not make a speech. He simply appeared in each compartment, stood for a few minutes, and spoke quietly with the men who were there. He acknowledged the news without trying to soften it. He told them that decisions would have to be made and that he would not make them alone. He asked them to continue doing their jobs while he considered what those decisions should be. The men listened. Some nodded. Others looked away. All of them understood that the captain was carrying a weight that none of them envied. In the hours that followed, the boat settled into a new kind of quiet, one that was not the silence of routine but the silence of men who had been given news they could not yet fully absorb and who were waiting to see what their captain would ask of them next. These moments when the larger war ended for the men who were still at sea, the shock, the grief, the fierce debates about honor and survival, and the quiet ways they tried to hold on to their humanity, are among the most personal and least examined stories of the conflict's final days. If you want to explore these hidden decisions and human stories at the war's chaotic end more deeply, I invite you to sign up for our free email newsletter. You'll receive the exclusive ebook The Shadow War, 5 top-secret operations that shaped World War II, along with weekly deep-dive articles that examine the personal and strategic choices made when the world as these men knew it collapsed around them. You can find the sign-up link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The giant submarine continued its progress through the dark water, the crew moving through their stations with the outward discipline that had carried them this far. But everything beneath that discipline had changed. Max still carried both letters in his pocket, though he no longer knew which version of himself they belonged to. Paul worked in the engine room and thought of the garden that might still be waiting, though he no longer knew whether the man who would return to it would be the same man who had left. Werner kept the small kindnesses flowing and watched the crew for signs of what they could still bear. And Johann stood where he always stood when the weight felt heaviest, alone with the charts and the sealed orders and the knowledge that the next decision he made would define not only the fate of the boat but the meaning of everything they had already endured. The radio had spoken. The world it described no longer matched the one they inhabited. The only thing left was to decide, together or alone, what they would do with the piece of that world they still carried inside their steel hull. The cabin door closed behind him with a soft click that seemed louder than any depth charge, and for the first time since the radio had spoken, Johann was truly alone with the decision that would define every life aboard and every life he had ever been responsible for. He sat at the narrow table with the sealed orders open in front of him, though he had long since stopped needing to read the words. The charts were spread beneath his hands, the lines and bearings meaningless now that the larger war had ended. The photograph of his daughter rested beside the orders, the small face smiling up from the worn paper as if nothing in the world had changed. Johann touched the edge of the photograph once, then drew his hand back. He had carried that picture through every patrol, through every close call, through every letter he had written home. Now it felt like both an anchor and an accusation. The girl in the photograph did not know that her father was sitting in a steel tube hundreds of miles from any shore, holding the power to decide whether the men around him would try to finish a mission that no longer had a government to receive it, would destroy the boat and its secrets rather than let them fall into other hands, or would surface and offer themselves to whatever enemy found them first. The three choices circled one another in his mind like sharks in dark water. Continuing toward Japan meant honoring the orders he had been given and the trust that had been placed in this boat by men who had believed the cargo could still matter. It meant asking the crew to keep risking their lives for a cause that had already surrendered without them. It meant carrying the guarded crates and the silent passengers all the way around the Cape and across the Indian Ocean in the hope that whatever they delivered might still change something for someone, somewhere. Yet Johann knew the practical truth. The war in Europe was over. The alliance that had sent them was fractured. The enemy they had been fighting would now be hunting them as a prize rather than as a combatant. Continuing would not be an act of strategy. It would be an act of faith in something that might no longer exist. Scuttling the boat carried its own terrible logic. The cargo in the forward holds had been deemed important enough to justify one of the new giants on a voyage that would take them far beyond any previous patrol. If that cargo truly represented technology or materials that could still shift a balance somewhere, then denying it to the enemy might be the last meaningful act left to them. Scuttling would also spare the crew the uncertainty of surrender, the interrogations, the camps, the unknown future in a world where they had been the hunters and were now the hunted. Yet Johann could not escape the image of the men who had built this boat under falling bombs, of the engineers who had stayed at their tables long into the night, of the families who had already given too much. To sink the steel they had poured their hope into felt like another kind of surrender, one that would erase every small kindness and every shared watch that had kept the crew alive this far. Surrender meant accepting that the war they had been fighting was finished and that their part in it had ended without victory. It meant surfacing, signaling their position, and placing the boat and its secrets into the hands of men who had spent years trying to kill them. It meant the crew would live, at least for now, and that Johann would have to stand in front of them and tell them that the orders they had followed and the risks they had taken had led to this moment of choosing between the uniform they still wore and the lives they still held. He thought of Max, who had carried his mother's letter through the attack and through the long watches that followed. He thought of Paul, who had survived more patrols than most men his age and who had still found ways to steady the younger hands around him. He thought of Werner, who had moved through the boat like a calm presence even when the doubts had begun to show in every compartment. These were not abstractions. There were men who had trusted him with their lives long before the radio had spoken. The weight of that trust pressed on him now more heavily than any order he had ever received. Johann stood and moved to the small porthole that was not truly a porthole but a sealed piece of thick glass set into the steel. There was nothing to see beyond it, only the dark water pressing against the hull. He placed his hand on the cool metal and felt the faint vibration of the motors. The boat was still running. The men were still at their stations. The cargo was still under its tarpaulins. Everything outside this cabin continued as if the world had not changed, yet inside the cabin the world had changed completely. He thought of the attack they had survived together, of the way the crew had held together afterward through shared stories and small kindnesses in the mess. That brotherhood had been forged in the belief that they were still part of something larger than themselves. Now that larger thing had surrendered, and the brotherhood remained the only structure left to them. He sat again and opened the drawer where he kept the copies of the letters he had written after previous losses. The envelopes were worn at the edges from being handled too often. He did not open them. He knew what they contained, the careful words he had chosen for families who would never see their sons again. Those letters had been part of the weight he carried long before this voyage. Now they felt like a warning. Whatever decision he made would create more letters like these, or it would spare the need for them. The choice was not between honor and dishonor in any simple sense. It was between different kinds of courage and different kinds of cost. Johann thought of his wife and daughter in the small apartment with the blue room. He thought of the way his wife had placed her hand on his chest before he left and said only, "Bring yourself back when you can." He had not been able to promise anything then, and he could not promise anything now. The photograph on the table seemed to watch him with the same quiet patience his daughter showed when she waited for him to finish a story. He picked it up and held it for a moment, then set it down again. The decision could not be made from sentiment alone. It had to be made from the clearest understanding he could reach of what the men aboard still owed to one another and to the families waiting for them. He considered the passengers who had come aboard in secrecy. Their presence had added another layer to every calculation since the loading in the fjord. They had kept to themselves, spoken little, and carried their own weight of whatever mission had brought them here. If he chose to continue, he would be asking them to complete a journey that their own government might no longer be able to receive. If he chose to scuttle, he would be deciding their fate along with everyone else's. If he chose to surrender, he would be placing them into the hands of the enemy they had been traveling to fight. None of the options felt clean. All of them carried consequences that would echo long after this boat had either reached a port or disappeared beneath the waves. Johann thought of the engineers who had designed this vessel for exactly the kind of endurance they had already tested. He thought of the workers who had kept welding and riveting while the bombs fell around the shipyard. He thought of every family that had already received a telegram and of every family that was still waiting. The boat had been built to change the pattern of loss, to give men a better chance of coming home. Now the larger war had ended without victory, and the question was whether that better chance could still be claimed or whether the only honest act left was to accept that the pattern had already claimed too many and could not be rewritten by one more voyage. He stood again and paced the small space between the table and the bunk. The cabin felt smaller than it had at the beginning of the patrol. Every surface held some reminder of the responsibility he carried, the charts, the orders, the photograph, the drawer of letters. He stopped at the table and placed both hands on it, leaning forward as if the wood could somehow share the weight. In that moment he allowed himself to feel the full loneliness of the choice. There was no one he could ask. Werner would support whatever decision he made, but the final responsibility was Johann's alone. The crew would follow because they had already chosen to trust him, but the trust itself made the decision heavier rather than lighter. He was not deciding only for himself. He was deciding for every man who had survived the attack, for every man who had shared a story in the mess, for every man who had written a letter home and hoped it would not be the last. The three paths remained. Continuing meant risking everything for a mission whose original purpose might no longer be achievable. Scuttling meant ending the possibility of return and denying the enemy whatever the cargo represented, at the cost of the boat the men had come to trust and the lives they still hoped to live. Surrender meant accepting the end of the war they had been fighting and stepping into whatever future the victors would allow, at the cost of whatever honor or defiance still mattered to some of the men aboard. Johann could see the arguments for each path clearly. What he could not yet see was which path he could live with when the boat finally reached whatever shore or depth awaited them. He sat once more and closed his eyes. In the darkness behind his eyelids he saw the faces of the crew, not as a group, but as individuals. Max holding his mother's letter. Paul steadying a younger man's hands after the attack. Werner moving through the compartments with calm presence. He saw his wife's face and his daughter's photograph. He saw the welder in the shipyard who had kept working while the sky tried to stop him. He saw the engineers at their drafting tables long after the rest of the city had gone dark. All of them had placed something into this boat and into this voyage. The decision he made would honor some of those gifts and betray others. There was no path that would honor them all. Johann opened his eyes and looked at the photograph one last time. Then he folded the orders and placed them back in their envelope. He did not yet know which choice he would announce. He only knew that whatever he chose, he would have to stand in front of the men and speak the words without the comfort of certainty. The loneliness of that moment was already present in the cabin. It would follow him when he opened the door and stepped back into the passageway where the crew waited. It would remain with him long after the boat had either reached a port or disappeared. But for now, in the small steel room that held the last private space he would have before the decision became public, Johann allowed himself to carry the full weight without trying to set any part of it down. The radio had broken the world they had known. The cabin held what remained of the world they still inhabited. Between those two truths lay the choice that would define every life aboard and every story that would be told about them afterward. The men who carried this kind of responsibility, the captains who stood alone with decisions that could end lives or save them when nations had already collapsed, often did so in silence, their inner struggles known only to themselves. Understanding those quiet, heavy moments of leadership requires more than the official records can ever show. If you want to hold onto the human reality of such command decisions more closely, to read accounts of the moral weight carried by naval leaders and to see the faces and stories of the men who served under them, there is a collection I often turn to myself. It includes carefully chosen World War II naval history books that let you walk alongside those who faced impossible choices, authentic memorabilia replicas that help you feel the weight of what they carried, and the epic film Midway, which brings the human courage and sacrifice of naval leadership to vivid life. You can find all of it together through the secure link I've placed in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. Johann remained in the cabin a little longer, the photograph resting beside the folded orders, the charts still spread beneath his hands. When he finally stood and moved toward the door, the weight had not lessened. It had simply been acknowledged. The boat waited. The crew waited. The cargo waited under its tarpaulins. And somewhere beyond the hull, the ocean waited with the same indifference it had always shown. Johann placed his hand on the door for a moment before opening it. Then he stepped through, carrying the decision that was not yet spoken but had already begun to shape everything that would come after. The cabin behind him was empty now, but the choice he had wrestled with inside it would travel with him for the rest of his life, no matter which path the boat ultimately took. In the cramped cabin they shared, the two Japanese officers sat in silence after the radio had spoken, and the choice they made there would force every man aboard to confront the limits of duty and the shared fragility that no uniform could protect. Johann had gone to them himself once the initial shock of the broadcast had settled. He had knocked on the door of their small compartment and entered with Werner at his side. The two officers sat on their bunks, their uniforms still crisp despite the long days at sea. They listened without interruption as Johann explained, through the interpreter who had come aboard with them, that Germany had surrendered unconditionally. The war in Europe was over. Their mission, whatever its original purpose, now existed in a space that no longer had an official destination. Johann spoke carefully, choosing words that conveyed the finality without adding unnecessary weight. When he finished, the older of the two officers nodded once. The younger one looked at the deck between his boots. Neither spoke for a long moment. Then the older man asked, in careful German, whether the captain intended to continue to Japan or to turn back. Johann answered honestly that he had not yet decided. The officers thanked him for the information. He left them with the promise that they would be kept informed of any further developments. The decision they reached in the hours that followed was never announced. It was discovered. Max was the one who found them. He had been sent forward with a message from Werner about a minor adjustment to the watch rotation. When he knocked and received no answer, he opened the door a crack and saw both men lying on their bunks. At first he thought they were sleeping. Then he saw the small glass vials on the table between them and the stillness that was not the stillness of rest. He stood frozen for a moment, the message still in his hand. Then he closed the door quietly and went to find the captain. Johann came at once. He entered the cabin with Werner and Paul, who had been nearby. The scene was exactly as Max had left it. The two officers lay on their backs, their hands folded on their chests, their faces composed. The vials were empty. A single sheet of paper lay on the table, written in Japanese characters that none of them could read. Johann stood at the foot of the bunks for a long time without speaking. He had known these men only as passengers whose presence added another layer of secrecy to an already secret voyage. He had not known their names beyond the formal ones given at the loading. He had not known their families or their reasons for being aboard. Yet in this moment he felt the full weight of their choice as if it had been made by men he had known all his life. The news moved through the boat in the quiet way that all important news traveled. Men stopped what they were doing and listened. Some crossed themselves. Others simply stood with their hands at their sides, staring at nothing. Max returned to the forward compartment and sat on the coil of rope where he had so often checked the cargo lashings. He thought of the letter from his mother and of the photograph she had sent. He thought of the attack they had survived together and of the long watches that had followed. The Japanese officers had been part of that world, silent and separate, yet present. Their choice to end their own lives rather than face whatever came after surrender felt both alien and achingly familiar. Max had carried his own doubts in the dark. He had wondered what the mission still meant. But he had not reached the point where ending his life seemed like the only honorable path left. The gap between his own struggle and theirs was vast, yet the grief he felt was immediate and personal. Paul found him there a little later. The older man sat down beside him without speaking at first. They watched the steady rise and fall of the deck as the boat moved through the water. After a while, Paul said, "They chose their own end rather than let someone else choose it for them." Max nodded. He did not know enough about the culture or the code that had shaped the officer's decision to argue or to agree. He only knew that two men who had traveled with them across dangerous water had decided that living in the world the radio had described was no longer possible for them. The thought made the steel around them feel both more solid and more fragile than it had before. Johann handled the practical matters with the same steady calm he had shown through the attack and the broadcast. He ordered that the bodies be prepared with the respect due to officers of any navy. The crew worked in silence, sewing the men into weighted canvas as they would have done for any of their own who had died at sea. There was no ceremony in the usual sense, but there was a quiet dignity in the way the work was done. Werner oversaw the preparations. He made sure that every detail was handled correctly, the canvas properly weighted, the bodies positioned with care, the small personal items that had been with them placed inside the wrappings. When the time came, Johann read a short passage from a book of naval tradition that spoke of the sea receiving its own. The words were in German, but the meaning was clear enough. The two canvas bundles were carried to the deck and committed to the water with the same care that would have been given to any man who had served aboard. The crew watched from their stations and from the passageways. Some turned away. Others remained until the last trace of the bundles had disappeared beneath the surface. Max stood near the forward hatch and felt a grief that surprised him in its depth. He had not known these men. He had never exchanged more than a few words with them through the interpreter. Yet their choice had touched something raw in him, the same raw place that had opened when the radio had spoken of surrender. He thought of his mother at the kitchen table and of the way she would keep setting an extra place even if he never came home. He thought of the garden Paul had spoken of and of the small shop the young rating had once described wanting to open after the war. The Japanese officers had chosen not to return to whatever waited for them. The German crew now had to decide whether they would return to whatever waited for them. The parallel was not exact, but it was close enough to hurt. Paul stood beside him during the commitment to the sea. When it was over, he placed a hand on Max's shoulder for a moment. "Different uniforms," he said quietly. "Same ocean." Max nodded. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of everything the crew had been carrying since the broadcast. The Japanese officers had lived by a code that made their choice inevitable once the surrender was known. The German crew lived by a different set of expectations, one that had already begun to fracture under the weight of doubt and loss. Yet in this moment, standing on the deck of a boat that had carried both groups across the same dangerous water, the differences felt less important than the shared fact of mortality. The sea did not distinguish between one code of honor and another. It simply received what was given to it. Johann remained on the deck after the others had returned to their stations. He looked out at the empty horizon and thought of the men whose bodies now rested somewhere beneath the surface. He thought of the sealed orders still in his cabin and of the cargo still under its tarpaulins. The Japanese officer's choice had removed one layer of complexity from the decision he still had to make. There would be no need to decide their fate along with everyone else's. Yet it had added another layer of moral weight. These men had chosen death over whatever the victors might have offered them. Johann could not help but wonder whether that choice reflected a courage he did not fully understand or a despair he hoped never to reach himself. He thought of his own daughter's photograph and of the promise he had not been able to make to his wife. The weight of command had always included the responsibility for the lives of others. Now it also included the responsibility to decide whether those lives would continue in a world where men like these officers had already decided that continuation was no longer possible. The crew carried the event with them in the hours and days that followed. Conversations in the mess touched on it in fragments. A man would speak of the way the officers had kept to themselves and then fall silent, as if the memory of their separateness now carried a different meaning. Another would mention the respectful way the bodies had been prepared and committed to the sea, and the others around the table would nod without needing to add anything. Max wrote a few lines in the notebook he had once used for letters home. He did not know who he was writing to or whether the words would ever be read. He simply needed to mark the moment somehow. Paul continued to tell his small stories when the atmosphere grew too heavy, but the stories now carried an undercurrent of something older and more final. Werner kept the watch rotation fair and the small kindnesses flowing, though he could see in the eyes of the men that the event had touched the same raw place the broadcast had opened. Johann made no speech about what had happened. He simply appeared in the compartments as he had after the broadcast, standing for a few minutes and speaking quietly with whoever was there. He did not try to explain the officer's choice or to draw any larger lesson from it. He only acknowledged that it had happened and that the crew had handled it with the dignity it deserved. The men understood what he was doing. He was giving them permission to carry their own conflicted feelings, respect for the officers' adherence to their code, horror at the finality of the act, grief for lives ended far from home, and the uneasy recognition that they too were now adrift in a world where old definitions of duty and honor no longer held in the same way. The price of that code had been paid in full by the two men who had chosen it. The German crew now had to decide what price they were willing to pay for whatever remained of their own. The boat continued through the dark water, the cargo still under its tarpaulins, the sealed orders still in the captain's cabin. But something had shifted in the air inside the steel. The brotherhood that had sustained them through the attack in the long watches had been tested again by a tragedy that belonged to a different culture and a different understanding of what honor required at the end. The men carried that test with them as they had carried every other test, through small kindnesses, through shared silences, and through the quiet determination to keep doing the work in front of them until the captain told them what came next. The raw edges of cultural duty, the tragic finality of choices made when alliances collapse, and the universal human cost of such moments at the end of total war were captured in photographs and footage that were never meant for ordinary eyes. If you want to see the unfiltered reality of those final days, the faces of men confronting the limits of honor and survival, the quiet ceremonies that marked the breaking of old bonds, these rare, uncensored images reveal exactly that truth in a way no words can fully capture. You can find our exclusive Gumroad collection through the secure link I've placed in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The giant submarine moved steadily onward, the crew settling back into the rhythm of watches and small repairs and the careful management of air and batteries. Max returned to checking the cargo lashings with the same care he had always shown, though the task now carried the memory of the men who had traveled with those crates. Paul continued his work in the engine room and spoke of the garden waiting at home with a quieter voice than before. Werner kept the small mercies flowing and watched the crew for the signs of what they could still bear. And Johann stood where he always stood when the weight felt heaviest, alone with the charts and the sealed orders, but never entirely without the quiet company of the men who had carried their own doubts and their own grief through every test the ocean and the war had given them. The price of Bushido had been paid at sea. The price of whatever code the German crew still carried remained to be decided. The horizon ahead held both possibilities, and the boat that had already survived an attack and a broadcast that broke the world now carried the additional weight of having witnessed how far some men would go to keep their own understanding of honor intact when everything else had already surrendered. The white flag was raised on a pole lashed to the conning tower, a small piece of cloth that seemed impossibly fragile against the vast, empty horizon, and the boat began its slow ascent from the depths it had called home for so long. Johann had made the decision in the quiet hours after the Japanese officers had been committed to the sea. He had weighed the three paths until none of them felt entirely right and all of them felt inevitable in their own way. Continuing meant asking the crew to risk everything for a mission whose purpose had already been overtaken by events. Scuttling meant ending the possibility of return and denying whatever the cargo represented to whoever might claim it. Surrender meant accepting that the war they had been fighting was finished and that their survival now depended on the mercy of men who had spent years trying to kill them. He had chosen the path that kept the largest number of his men alive. He had told them so in the control room, his voice steady, his words simple. There had been no speeches. He had simply said that the war was over, that their orders no longer had a government to receive them, and that he would surface and signal their surrender to the first Allied vessel they encountered. Some of the men had nodded. Others had looked away. All of them had understood that the choice, once made, could not be unmade. Max had felt a strange mixture of relief and something close to grief when the announcement came. Relief because the long tension of waiting for a decision was finally over. Grief because the decision meant the end of everything they had endured together, the attack, the long watches, the shared stories and the mess, the brotherhood that had held them steady when the world outside had collapsed. He had gone to his station and begun the preparations without being told what to do. The cargo lashings were checked one final time. Personal items were gathered and stowed. The boat was made ready to surface not as a combatant but as a vessel that had already surrendered. He thought of the letter from his mother and of the photograph she had sent. He thought of the Japanese officers who had chosen a different end rather than face whatever came next. He did not know whether his own choice to continue living was braver or more cowardly than theirs. He only knew that he wanted to see his mother's kitchen again, even if the world waiting for him there would never be the one he had left. Paul had received the news with the quiet acceptance of a man who had already survived more endings than he cared to count. He had moved through the engine room making the final checks with the same steady hands that had carried him through every previous crisis. When Werner passed through and asked how things stood, Paul had answered that the boat was ready. He had not added that he was not sure he was ready himself. The surrender meant the end of the only life he had known for years, the patrols, the danger, the narrow purpose of keeping the boat running and the men alive. It also meant the possibility of seeing the garden his wife had promised would be waiting. He did not know which of those futures frightened him more. He only knew that the choice had been made and that his job now was to keep the engines ready until someone else told him they were no longer needed. Werner had helped Johann prepare the signals and the white flag. He had moved through the boat one last time, speaking quietly with the men in each compartment, making sure everyone understood what was about to happen. He had seen the exhaustion in their faces and the relief that mixed with it. He had seen the shame in some eyes and the simple gratitude for survival in others. He had done what he could to steady them, the same way he had steadied them after the attack and after the broadcast. When he returned to the control room, Johann had nodded once in acknowledgement. The two men had not needed to speak. They both understood that the next hours would test everything they had built together in a way no depth charge ever had. The surfacing was slow and deliberate. The boat rose through the layers of water with a steadiness that felt almost ceremonial. When the conning tower broke the surface, the sudden rush of fresh air into the boat was startling after so many days submerged. Johann climbed the ladder and opened the hatch. The sky above was gray and vast, the horizon empty in every direction. For a moment the world felt impossibly large after the cramped steel world they had inhabited. He raised the white flag on its pole and waited. The sea rolled beneath them in long, gentle swells. The boat wallowed slightly as it settled on the surface. No one spoke on the bridge. The only sounds were the wind and the water and the faint creak of the flag against its makeshift staff. They did not have to wait long. A lookout spotted the mast first, then the hull of an American destroyer growing larger on the horizon. Johann gave the order to maintain position and to make no move that could be interpreted as hostile. The white flag fluttered in the breeze, small and bright against the gray sky. Max stood at his station below, listening to the reports coming down from the bridge. He thought of all the times they had dived to escape detection and of how strange it felt to be on the surface now, visible and vulnerable, waiting for the enemy to come to them. Paul remained in the engine room, his hands resting on the controls, ready to answer any order that might still come. Werner stood near Johann on the bridge, watching the approaching destroyer through binoculars. The American ship grew larger, its guns trained on them, its signal lamp flashing questions they could not yet answer. The first signal from the destroyer was a demand for identification. Johann answered with the boat's number and the single word surrender. The exchange that followed was brief and formal. The American captain ordered them to remain on the surface and to prepare to receive a boarding party. Johann acknowledged the order. He told the crew to stand down from any defensive posture and to make themselves visible on the decks. The white flag remained flying. The destroyer approached carefully, its guns still trained, its crew visible on the rails watching the strange sight of a German submarine flying a flag of surrender in the middle of the Atlantic. When the boarding party came alongside in a small boat, the surreal quality of the moment reached its peak. Johann stood on the bridge with Werner beside him. Max and several other men were on the forward deck, their hands visible, their postures deliberately non-threatening. The American sailors climbed aboard with weapons ready but not raised. Their faces showed a mixture of caution and curiosity. One of them, a young lieutenant, stepped forward and saluted Johann. The gesture was returned. For a moment the two officers stood facing each other on the rolling deck of a boat that had been built to hunt the very men now standing on it. The lieutenant asked if the boat was secure and if there were any wounded. Johann answered that the boat was secure and that there were no wounded. He offered to show the American the cargo holds and the passenger compartments. The lieutenant accepted. The first interactions were careful and formal. The Americans moved through the boat in small groups, checking compartments, counting the crew, noting the presence of the guarded crates and the empty bunks where the Japanese officers had been. The German crew stood or sat where they were told, their hands visible, their eyes following the boarding party with a mixture of wariness and exhaustion. Max watched one of the American sailors pause near the forward hatch and look at the cargo lashings with open curiosity. The sailor did not touch anything. He simply looked, then moved on. Paul stood in the engine room with two Americans who asked quiet questions about the machinery. He answered in the few words of English he knew, and they seemed satisfied. Werner accompanied the lieutenant through the control room and the officers' quarters, answering questions about the boat's capabilities and the length of their voyage. There were small moments of unexpected humanity in those first hours. One of the American sailors offered a cigarette to a German crewman who had been standing for a long time without moving. The German took it with a nod of thanks. They smoked together in silence on the deck while the boarding continued around them. Another American asked Max where he was from and whether he had family waiting. Max answered with the name of his town and said that his mother was waiting. The American nodded and said that his own mother was waiting back in Ohio. The exchange was brief and ordinary, yet it carried the strange weight of two men who had been on opposite sides of a war now finding themselves on the same rolling deck, speaking of mothers as if the ocean between their homes had never mattered. Johann stood with the American lieutenant on the bridge while the formalities were completed. The lieutenant asked about the cargo and the passengers. Johann answered truthfully that the cargo was in the forward holds and that the two Japanese officers who had been aboard had taken their own lives after learning of the surrender. The lieutenant listened without visible reaction. He noted the information and moved on to practical questions about fuel, batteries, and the condition of the boat. Johann answered each question with the same steady calm he had maintained since the broadcast. He did not try to justify or explain beyond what was asked. He simply provided the information and waited for whatever came next. The relief of survival was present in every face, German and American alike. The danger of being hunted was over. The long tension of the voyage had ended. Yet beneath the relief ran currents of other emotions that no one spoke aloud. For the German crew there was the shame of defeat, the knowledge that they had surrendered without ever reaching their intended destination, the uncertainty of what would happen to them now that they were prisoners. For the Americans there was the curiosity of seeing a boat they had hunted, the wariness of men who had been trained to expect tricks, and the strange realization that the enemy they had fought was made of the same exhausted, relieved, uncertain men they were. The ocean rolled beneath them all, indifferent to flags and uniforms and the stories each side had told itself about the other. Johann watched the American sailors moving through his boat and felt the full weight of the choice he had made. The men who had trusted him were still alive. The boat that had carried them through attack and long watches was still afloat. The cargo and whatever secrets it held would now pass into other hands. He did not know whether that was victory or defeat in any larger sense. He only knew that the men who had shared the mess and the watches and the fear were still breathing the same air as the men who had come to take them. That fact, small and ordinary as it was, felt like the only solid ground left beneath his feet. The surreal tension of surfacing under a white flag, the rush of conflicting emotions that followed, and the quiet human moments that emerged when former enemies finally stood face to face on the same rolling deck are the kinds of stories that deserve to be remembered with care. If you believe these forgotten human stories of surrender and the complex emotions of war's end should be kept alive, I would be grateful if you would consider supporting this channel with a small tip on Ko-Fi. Even just $1 helps fund the countless hours of research, archival digging, and careful storytelling needed to bring these moments to light. You can find the link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The American boarding party completed its initial inspection and signaled back to the destroyer. Arrangements were made to take the German boat under tow or to escort it to a nearby port. The crew was gathered and told that they would be treated according to the conventions of war now that the fighting had ended. Johann gave the final orders to his own men, to comply with the Americans, to maintain their dignity, to look after one another as they had throughout the voyage. The white flag still flew from the conning tower as the boat began to move under new orders. The horizon that had been empty when they surfaced now held the shape of an American warship and the beginning of whatever future awaited them on the other side of surrender. The men who had lived through the attack, the long watches, the broadcast that broke their world, and the quiet tragedy of the Japanese officers now stood on the deck of their own boat and watched the flag that had once meant one thing now mean something entirely different. The ocean remained the same. The steel beneath their feet remained the same. Only the meaning of the journey had changed, and that change was still settling into the bones of every man aboard as the boat turned toward whatever shore would receive it. On the rolling deck of the captured submarine, a young American sailor reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and offered one to the German rating standing nearby without a word, as if the simple act could bridge the ocean that had separated them until that morning. Max had been standing near the forward hatch, his hands resting on the rail, watching the American destroyer that now escorted them. The white flag still flew from the conning tower, though the wind had wrapped it around the poles so that only a corner showed. He had not slept properly since the broadcast. The surrender had brought relief, but it had also brought a strange emptiness where purpose used to be. When the young American approached, Max looked at the offered cigarette for a moment before accepting it. The American lit it for him with a match cupped against the wind. They stood side by side, smoking in silence while the boat wallowed in the swells. After a while the American asked where Max was from. Max answered with the name of his town. The American nodded and said he was from a place called Ohio. He said his mother grew tomatoes in the backyard and that he missed the taste of them more than anything else about home. Max thought of his own mother's kitchen and the extra place she still sat at the table. He did not say that. He only nodded and offered the American the last drag of the cigarette. The American took it and they stood together a little longer before the sailor had to return to his duties. Johann watched the exchange from the bridge. He had been speaking with the American lieutenant who now effectively commanded the boat's movements. The lieutenant was young, perhaps 30, with the careful manners of an officer who had been trained to treat prisoners according to rules that had been written long before this particular war. He asked Johann about the length of their voyage and the condition of the crew. Johann answered with the same steady calm he had maintained since the decision to surrender. He did not embellish or withhold. He simply provided the information and waited for whatever came next. The lieutenant made notes in a small book and then closed it. He looked out at the sea for a moment before speaking again. "Your men handled themselves well when we came aboard," he said. Johann nodded. He did not say that his men had handled themselves well through far worse than a boarding party. He only thanked the lieutenant for the observation and asked whether there were any immediate requirements for the crew. The lieutenant said the men could rest in shifts and that food would be brought over from the destroyer. Johann passed the information to Werner, who moved through the boat relaying it in the same quiet way he had always carried orders. Paul was in the engine room with 2 American sailors who had been sent to check the machinery. One of them, an older man with grease already on his hands, asked Paul how long he had been at sea. Paul answered that it had been many patrols. The American nodded as if he understood what that meant without needing the details. They worked side by side for a while, checking valves and gauges. At one point the American offered Paul a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Paul took it and ate it slowly. The taste was strange after so long on the boat's rations, but it was also ordinary in a way that felt almost shocking. The American asked if the engines had given any trouble during the long submerged runs. Paul answered that they had been reliable. The conversation stayed on machinery and fuel consumption for a while, 2 men who understood engines talking about engines as if the war that had brought them together had never existed. When the check was finished, the American wiped his hands on a rag and said that the boat was in good shape. Paul nodded. He did not say that the boat had carried them through an attack and a surrender and was still running. He only thanked the American for the chocolate and returned to his station. Werner moved through the compartments during those first hours, watching the interactions between his men and the boarding party. He saw the cigarettes shared on the deck. He saw an American sailor ask one of the younger ratings if he had a photograph of his family and then show one of his own in return. He saw the careful way the Americans handled the guarded crates when they inspected them, as if even in victory they understood that some things deserved respect. He saw his own men respond with the same careful dignity they had shown throughout the voyage. The exhaustion was still there, but so was something else, a cautious openness that had not been possible while they were still enemies. Werner did not try to direct these moments. He simply let them happen and noted which of his men seemed steadier afterward and which still carried the weight of the surrender like a stone in the chest. Max found himself talking more than he had expected in the hours that followed. Another American sailor, this one younger than the first, asked him about the attack they had survived. Max described the pinging and the depth charges in simple terms. The American listened without interrupting. When Max finished, the sailor said that his own ship had been depth charged once and that he still woke up sometimes hearing the explosions in his dreams. Max looked at him and saw, for the first time, that the man across from him had also lived through fear. The realization did not erase the fact that they had been on opposite sides. It simply made the fact feel less absolute. They stood together near the rail while the boat moved under tow, and for a little while the conversation turned to ordinary things, the weather, the food on the destroyer, the way the sea looked different when you were no longer trying to hide beneath it. Johann spent part of the afternoon with the American lieutenant in the small cabin that had once been his alone. The lieutenant asked about the cargo and the passengers who were no longer aboard. Johann answered that the two Japanese officers had taken their own lives after learning of the surrender and that their bodies had been committed to the sea with respect. The lieutenant listened and made another note. He did not ask for more details about the choice the officers had made. Instead, he asked whether Johann had family waiting. Johann answered that he had a wife and a daughter. The lieutenant said he had a wife and 2 sons. They sat in silence for a moment after that, 2 men who had been trained to see each other as enemies now sitting across a narrow table and speaking of children as if the war had never tried to make that impossible. When the lieutenant stood to leave, he offered his hand. Johann took it. The gesture was brief and formal, but it carried the weight of everything that had changed since the white flag had been raised. Paul found himself in the engine room again later that evening with the same American who had offered him chocolate. The man had brought a thermos of coffee from the destroyer. They drank it sitting on crates, the steam rising between them in the warm, oily air. The American asked how Paul had kept the engines running during the long submerged periods. Paul answered with the practical details he had learned over years of patrols. The American listened and then offered a small improvement to one of the procedures, something he had seen on his own ship. Paul considered it and nodded. They talked for a while longer about fuel efficiency and the way different boats handled different seas. When the thermos was empty, the American capped it and said he would bring more coffee the next time he came over. Paul thanked him. After the American had gone, Paul sat for a moment with his hands on his knees and felt something loosen in his chest that had been tight since the broadcast. The conversation had not changed the fact that he was now a prisoner. It had simply reminded him that he was still a man who could talk about engines with another man who understood them. Max wrote a few lines in his notebook that evening. He did not know if he would ever be able to send them or to whom. He wrote about the cigarette and the questions about home. He wrote about the American who had shown him a photograph of his own mother. He did not write about the shame of surrender or the uncertainty of what came next. He wrote only about the small, ordinary exchanges that had happened on the deck of a boat that had once been an enemy vessel and was now something else entirely. When he finished, he folded the page and tucked it away with the letter from his mother. The act of writing had not resolved anything, but it had marked the moment in a way that made it feel less like something that had simply happened to him and more like something he had lived through with other men on both sides of a dividing line that was no longer as sharp as it had once been. Johann stood on the bridge as darkness fell. The American destroyer was still visible in the distance, its lights now showing in the gathering night. The white flag had been taken down at the lieutenant's request, replaced by the practical arrangements of escort and tow. Johann thought of the crew resting in shifts below, of the Americans who had shared cigarettes and coffee and questions about families. He thought of the Japanese officers who had chosen a different path rather than face this moment. He thought of his own wife and daughter and of the photograph still in his pocket. The surrender had not brought peace in any simple sense. It had brought a new kind of uncertainty and a new kind of exhaustion. But it had also brought these small, unexpected moments of grace, moments in which men who had been trained to see each other only as targets had instead seen each other as people who missed their mother's cooking and who carried photographs of their children. Those moments did not erase the war or the losses or the questions that still had no answers. They simply existed alongside them, small lights in the gathering dark. Werner found Johann on the bridge later that night. He did not ask about the decision or the future. He simply stood beside his captain for a while and watched the sea. After a time he said that the men were holding together. Johann nodded. He did not say that the men had held together through far worse. He only thanked Werner for the report and told him to get some rest. Werner nodded and left. Johann remained on the bridge a little longer, listening to the sound of the water against the hull and the distant thrum of the escorting destroyer. The boat that had been built to carry a secret cargo across an ocean now carried something else entirely. The beginning of whatever story would be told about the men who had surrendered and the men who had received that surrender. The story was still being written in small moments: a shared cigarette, a question about home, a cup of coffee passed between former enemies. Those moments would not determine the larger outcome of the war or the fate of nations. They would only determine whether the men who lived through them could still recognize one another as human when the uniforms and the orders no longer stood between them. The small human interactions, the shared cigarettes, and the moments of unexpected grace that emerged when captors and captives finally stood on the same rolling deck are the kinds of stories that reveal the quiet persistence of humanity even at the end of total war. If you want to explore these nuanced moments more deeply, the conversations that happened between enemies once the fighting stopped, the unexpected connections that formed in the hours and days after surrender, I invite you to join our Patreon community. There you'll find uncensored extended episodes, raw video footage without blurring, exclusive podcast deep dives into the unexpected humanity between enemies, and a chance to connect with fellow history enthusiasts who value these stories. You can find the link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The giant submarine continued under escort through the dark water, the crew resting in shifts while the Americans maintained their watch. Max slept with the notebook tucked inside his jacket. Paul checked the engines one last time before allowing himself to sit for a while with the memory of the chocolate and the conversation about valves. Werner moved through the compartments one final time, making sure every man had what he needed for the night. And Johann stood where he always stood when the weight felt heaviest, alone with the knowledge of what he had chosen and what still lay ahead, but never entirely without the quiet company of the men who had carried their own exhaustion and their own small graces through every test the sea and the war had given them. The cigarettes had burned down. The questions had been asked and answered in fragments. The grace had appeared without being asked for. And in the space between those moments, the men on both sides of the former dividing line had begun, in the smallest of ways, to remember that they were still capable of seeing one another as something more than the uniforms they had worn when the world was still at war. The tarpaulins were pulled back under the watchful eyes of armed guards, and the first crate was pried open on the deck of the captured submarine while both the men who had carried it across an ocean and the men who had hunted it watched in silence. Johann stood a few paces away with his hands clasped behind his back, the same posture he had maintained on the bridge through every crisis of the voyage. The American intelligence officers had arrived that morning, brought over from the destroyer in a small boat that rocked in the swells. They were not the same men who had boarded initially. These were specialists, naval intelligence, Army Air Force's technical experts, men whose questions were precise and whose interest in the cargo had been evident from the moment they stepped aboard. Johann had been told they would examine the holds. He had given the order for the crew to assist under guard. Now he watched as the first wooden lid was lifted and set aside. Inside the crate were carefully packed components of what looked like an aircraft engine, turbine blades, intricate metalwork that even to an untrained eye spoke of advanced design. One of the American officers, a lieutenant with grease already on his fingers from handling the parts, let out a low whistle. He turned to his colleague, an older man in army uniform, and said something in English that Johann could not catch. The older man nodded and made a note in a thick ledger. Max stood nearby, assigned to help steady the crate while it was opened. He watched the Americans' faces as they examined the parts. There was professional interest there, the look of men who understood machinery, but there was also something else, a flicker of alarm that passed between them before it was smoothed away. Max thought of the long nights he had spent checking these same lashings and of the attack they had survived while carrying whatever these pieces represented. He had not known what was inside. Now he was beginning to understand why the secrecy had been so absolute. Paul was in the engine room when the examination began, but word traveled quickly through the boat. When he was relieved, he made his way to the deck and stood at the edge of the group of German crewmen who had been allowed to remain in view. The Americans had opened a second crate by then. This one contained what looked like sections of fuselage or wing structure, light alloy, precisely machined, clearly designed for speed. One of the technical experts ran his hand along a curved piece of metal and shook his head slightly, as if he could not quite believe what he was seeing. Paul thought of the conversations he had shared with American sailors about engines and valves in the hours after the surrender. Those had been ordinary exchanges between men who understood machines. This was different. This was the reason the boat had been built larger than anything that had come before, the reason they had been sent so far with so much at stake. He felt a strange mixture of pride in the engineering and a hollow recognition that whatever advantage these parts represented had arrived too late to change the outcome for the men who had carried them. Werner moved through the boat, making sure the crew remained steady. He had seen the way some of the men watched the opening of the crates with a kind of distant fascination, as if the contents belonged to a story that no longer included them. He had also seen the tension in others, the realization that they had been transporting something that could have extended the war or altered its final balance. When he reached the deck, he stood near Johann without speaking. The captain acknowledged him with a small nod. They watched together as another crate was opened. This one contained documents, thick folders bound with string, technical drawings, handwritten notes in German. An American officer with a camera took photographs of each page before it was placed in a separate container. Johann thought of the sealed orders still in his cabin and of the conversations he had held with the Japanese officers before they made their choice. The documents now being photographed represented the same desperate attempt to transfer knowledge across an ocean that was no longer controlled by the alliance that had sent them. The uranium containers were opened last. They were not marked in any obvious way, but the Americans treated them with particular care. Lead-line cases were brought up from the destroyer. The German crew was moved farther back. Johann watched as the first container was lifted out and set on a prepared surface. When it was opened, the officers stepped back slightly. One of them, the older army man, removed his cap and ran a hand through his hair before replacing it. He said something to the naval lieutenant that sounded like a question. The lieutenant answered with a single word that Johann recognized even across the language barrier: uranium. The word traveled through the watching German crew like a current. Max felt it in the sudden stillness around him. Paul, standing a few feet away, shifted his weight but did not speak. Werner remained where he was, his face unreadable. Johann thought of the long voyage, of the attack they had survived while carrying this material, of the Japanese officers who had chosen death rather than face whatever future this cargo might have helped create. The implications settled over the deck like a second, heavier atmosphere. One of the American technical experts, a younger man who had been quiet until now, asked Johann through an interpreter whether he had known what the containers held. Johann answered honestly that he had been given sealed orders and that the nature of the cargo had not been disclosed to him beyond its strategic importance. The American nodded as if the answer satisfied a professional requirement. He did not press further. Instead, he turned back to the containers and continued his examination with gloved hands. Johann watched the careful way the material was handled and thought of the engineers who had designed the boat to carry it safely across thousands of miles. He thought of the workers who had built the hold strong enough to protect whatever was inside. He thought of the families who had already lost sons in the belief that sacrifices like these might still turn a tide that had already turned against them. The awe in the Americans' faces was real. So was the alarm. Both emotions were present in the way they moved around the containers, in the lowered voices, and the way one officer kept glancing at the horizon as if expecting something to appear there that had not been there before. Max stood with the other German crewmen who had been allowed to remain in view. He thought of the letter from his mother that he still carried and of the notebook in which he had written a few lines after the first shared cigarette with an American sailor. He had not known then what the boat was truly carrying. He knew now, or at least he understood enough to feel the weight of it. The parts that looked like aircraft engines could have extended the reach of Japanese fighters. The documents could have carried designs that would have taken years to develop independently. The uranium, whatever its exact purpose, represented a possibility that even the men who had carried it across an ocean had not been allowed to fully comprehend. Max felt a private fear that had nothing to do with his own safety. It was the fear of having been part of something larger than he had understood, something that might have changed the world in ways he could not yet imagine. He looked at the American officers handling the containers and saw the same realization in their faces, the knowledge that they had come very close to something that could have altered the balance they had fought so hard to achieve. Paul remained near the rail, his hands resting on the metal as he had done so often during the long watches. He thought of the garden his wife had promised would be waiting and of the conversations he had shared with American sailors about engines. Those conversations had been bridges built across a dividing line that was no longer as absolute as it had once been. Now the dividing line was being redrawn around these crates. The Americans would take what they needed and steady what they could. The German crew would be taken wherever prisoners were taken at the end of a war. Paul did not know which future held more uncertainty. He only knew that the boat that had carried them this far had also carried something that had made even the victors step back for a moment and look at one another with the same mixture of professional interest and human alarm that he now saw on their faces. Johann accepted the interpreter's offer to translate a question from one of the American officers. The question was whether the cargo had been loaded in one place or assembled from different sources. Johann answered that it had been loaded in a Norwegian fjord under conditions of strict secrecy. The American nodded and made another note. He did not ask why the cargo had been sent or what its intended use had been. Those questions belonged to interrogators who would come later. For now, the examination continued with methodical care. Crate after crate was opened, documented, and prepared for transfer. The uranium containers were the last to be moved. When they were finally secured and carried to the waiting boat, the American officers allowed themselves a moment of visible relief. One of them lit a cigarette and offered the pack to the interpreter, who took one and passed it to Johann without being asked. Johann accepted it. The three men stood together for a moment, smoking in the salt air while the last of the cargo was prepared for departure. None of them spoke of what had just been revealed. The silence was enough. The strategic implications of what had been carried across an ocean in the final weeks of a collapsing war are the kind of hidden history that continues to shape our understanding of how close the world came to different outcomes. If you want to explore these secret operations and technological gambles more deeply, the cargoes that might have extended the conflict, the missions that were never completed, and the human stories behind them, I invite you to sign up for our free email newsletter. You'll receive the exclusive ebook The Shadow War, 5 top secret operations that shaped World War II, along with weekly deep dive articles that examine the hidden decisions and forgotten voyages that could have changed everything. You can find the sign-up link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The crates were eventually all opened, documented, and prepared for transfer to the destroyer. The German crew was moved back to allow the work to continue without interference. Johann returned to the small cabin that was no longer entirely his and sat for a while with the photograph of his daughter. He thought of the engineers who had designed the boat to carry this cargo safely, of the workers who had built the hold strong enough to protect it through an attack, of the families who had already given sons in the belief that such risks might still matter. He thought of the Japanese officers who had chosen their own end rather than face whatever future this material might have helped create. He thought of Max and Paul and Werner and of the small kindnesses they had shown one another and the hours after surrender, to the men who had once been their enemies. The cargo was gone now, or at least it was no longer under his responsibility. What remained was the boat, the crew, and the question of what story would be told about the voyage that had carried so much potential across so much dangerous water only to arrive at a moment when the war it might have influenced had already ended. The Americans continued their work on the deck above. The boat moved under new orders toward whatever port would receive it. And the men who had lived through every stage of the journey, from the shipyard under falling bombs to the long watches, the attack, the broadcast that broke their world, the quiet tragedy of the Japanese officers, and the surrender itself, now carried the additional weight of having seen, with their own eyes, how close the world had come to something none of them had been allowed to fully understand until it was already too late to change. The train pulled into the station through a landscape of broken buildings and silent streets, and Max stepped onto the platform carrying only the small bag he had been given and the letter from his mother that he had read so many times it was soft as cloth. He had been released months after the surrender, after interrogations that asked the same questions in different ways, and after long weeks in a camp where the guards were correct but distant and the food was enough to keep a man alive but not enough to make him forget what hunger felt like. The journey home had been slow, first by ship and then by train through a country that no longer looked like the one he had left. He had seen the rubble from the window, the shells of buildings standing against the sky like broken teeth, the people moving through the streets with the careful pace of those who had learned not to expect too much. When the train stopped, he stood for a moment on the platform, unsure of which direction to turn. Then he saw her. His mother was smaller than he remembered. She stood near the end of the platform with her hands clasped in front of her, wearing the same coat she had worn the day he left. When she saw him, she did not run. She walked toward him with the same steady steps she had always used when there was work to be done. Max met her halfway. She reached up and touched his face with both hands, as if making sure he was real. Then she pulled him into an embrace that smelled of the kitchen he had dreamed about and of the soap she still managed to find somewhere. She did not cry. She simply held him for a long time and then stepped back and said, "You're thinner." Max tried to smile. He said the food on the boat had not been what she used to make. She nodded as if that explained everything and took his arm to lead him home. The walk through the town was quiet. Max saw places he recognized and places that were gone. A street where he had played as a child now ended in a pile of bricks. The bakery where he had sometimes bought bread on his way home from school was a hollow shell with a handwritten sign that said the owner was still looking for his son. His mother walked beside him without speaking much. She asked once about the sea and whether it had been as cold as people said. Max answered that it had been cold and that the boat had been strong. He did not tell her about the attack or the long watches or the radio that had spoken of surrender while they were still far from any shore. Those stories could wait. For now, the important thing was that he was walking beside her and that the letter she had sent was still in his pocket, though he no longer needed to read it to remember what it said. Paul's wife was waiting at the small house on the edge of what had once been a town. The garden she had written about was still there, though smaller than he had imagined and marked by the careful rows of vegetables that had kept them alive through the worst months. She had heard he was coming through the network of families who passed news when official channels were silent. When he stepped through the gate, she was standing in the doorway with her hands on her hips, the way she had always stood when she was trying not to show how much she had missed him. Paul set his bag down and walked to her. She looked at him for a long moment, taking in the thinner face and the lines around his eyes that had not been there when he left. Then she reached up and pulled him down into a kiss that tasted of the soup she had kept warm on the stove. They stood in the doorway for a while without speaking. When she finally stepped back, she said, "The tomatoes came in late this year, but they're still sweet." Paul nodded. He had thought about those tomatoes during the long submerged watches and during the nights after the surrender when sleep would not come. Now they were real, growing in the same soil that had been there before the war and would be there after whatever came next. Johann's wife and daughter were waiting in the small apartment with the blue room. The building had been damaged but not destroyed. A corner of the roof was patched with tar paper, and the stairwell smelled of damp and of the cooking of the families who still lived there. When he knocked on the door, his wife opened it before he could knock a second time. She had been watching from the window. She stepped aside to let him in, and for a moment neither of them spoke. His daughter, older now than the photograph he had carried, stood behind her mother with her hands clasped in front of her the way she had been taught. Johann set his bag down and knelt so that he was at her eye level. He said her name. She came forward and put her arms around his neck without hesitation. His wife closed the door and leaned against it for a moment, her eyes closed, before she joined them. The three of them stood together in the small hallway while the sounds of the occupied city filtered through the thin walls. Later, when his daughter had gone to bed in the blue room, Johann and his wife sat at the kitchen table with the lamp turned low. She asked about the sea and about the men who had been with him. He told her what he could. He did not tell her about the cargo or the Japanese officers or the moment he had chosen to surface under a white flag. Those were stories for another time, if they were ever told at all. For now, the important thing was that he was home and that the photograph he had carried was no longer necessary because the faces it showed were sitting across from him in the same room where he had once said goodbye. Werner found his family in a different part of the country, in a town that had been on the edge of the fighting and had survived with fewer scars than most. His wife had been living with her sister. When he arrived, the two women were sitting on the steps of the small house, shelling peas into a bowl between them. His wife looked up and saw him standing at the gate. She set the bowl down carefully and walked to him. She did not ask where he had been or what had happened. She simply took his hand and led him inside. Later that evening, after the sister had gone to bed, Werner sat with his wife at the kitchen table and listened to her tell him about the months he had missed. She spoke of the neighbors who had not come back and of the ones who had returned changed in ways that were hard to name. She spoke of the garden they had tried to keep and of the way the children in the street still played even when there was little to play with. Werner listened and held her hand across the table. He thought of the boat and of the men who had shared the long watches with him. He thought of the attack and of the surrender and of the small kindnesses that had appeared even then. He did not know yet how to fit those stories into the life that was waiting for him here. He only knew that his wife's hand was warm and that the peas she had shelled were real and that tomorrow there would be work to do in a world that no longer looked the way either of them had once imagined it would. The reunions were not the end of the story. They were the beginning of a different kind of struggle. Max helped his mother with the small tasks that kept the household running. He found work clearing rubble from streets that would never be rebuilt the way they had been. In the evenings he sat at the kitchen table and listened to her talk about the neighbors and about the letters she had received from families who had lost sons. Sometimes he wrote letters of his own to the families of men who had not come home from the boat. He did not know what to say, so he wrote about the sea and about the way the men had looked after one another when there was nothing else to do. His mother read the letters before he sealed them and nodded as if he had found the right words. Paul worked in the garden with his wife and helped his neighbors repair what could be repaired. He took long walks in the evenings, sometimes alone and sometimes with his wife beside him. He thought about the boat and about the engines he had kept running through every crisis. He thought about the American sailor who had offered him chocolate and about the conversations they had shared about valves and fuel. Those memories felt distant now, like scenes from a story someone else had told. What remained was the garden and the quiet work of making something grow in soil that had been walked over by too many boots. His wife did not ask him to talk about the war. She simply handed him the tools he needed and let the silence between them be the kind that did not need to be filled. Johann looked for work that would use what he knew, but the world that had once valued officers and engineers now had different priorities. He found small jobs repairing machinery in workshops that were trying to start again. In the evenings he sat with his daughter and helped her with lessons that had been interrupted by the war. He read to her from books that had survived the bombing. Sometimes she asked him about the sea. He told her it was large and that it could be both kind and cruel, depending on the day. He did not tell her about the men who had died or about the choice he had made on the bridge of a boat that was no longer his. Those were stories he was still learning how to carry. Werner found work helping to clear the streets and later in a small factory that was trying to produce parts for machines that were needed everywhere. He came home tired in the evenings and sat with his wife while she told him about the day. He listened to the ordinary details of a life that was slowly finding its shape again. Sometimes he thought about the boat and about the way the crew had held together through the attack and the long watches and the surrender. He thought about the Japanese officers who had chosen their own end and about the small kindnesses that had appeared even then. He did not know what those memories meant in this new world. He only knew that he was here and that the work of rebuilding was the work that was left to him. The land they had returned to was full of ghosts. Every street had empty places where men had once lived. Every family had stories of sons or husbands or brothers who had not come home. The men who had survived carried their own ghosts with them, the faces of those who had been lost at sea, the weight of choices made far from home, the knowledge that the war they had fought had ended without victory and without the future they had once been promised. Yet they also carried the small, stubborn things that had kept them alive, the letters from mothers, the photographs of children, the memory of shared cigarettes and quiet conversations in the mess, the knowledge that even in the darkest watches they had not been entirely alone. These stories of return, the shattered homes, the emotional reunions, the difficult work of rebuilding lives in a nation forever changed, are the ones that remind us that war does not end when the fighting stops. If you find yourself wanting to hold onto the human reality of what veterans carried home and what they faced when they arrived, there is a collection I often turn to myself. It includes carefully chosen World War II naval history books that let you walk alongside those who returned and those who waited, authentic memorabilia replicas that help you feel the weight of what they brought back with them, and the epic film Midway, which brings the human courage and sacrifice of naval service to vivid life across generations. You can find all of it together through the secure link I've placed in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. Max continued to write letters to the families of the men who had not come home. Paul continued to work in the garden and to tell his wife, when she asked, that the sea had been cold but that the boat had been strong. Johann continued to sit with his daughter in the blue room and to look for work that would let him provide for the family that had waited for him. Werner continued to clear streets and to sit with his wife in the evenings while the ordinary sounds of a life that was slowly healing filled the small house. None of them forgot the voyage or the men who had shared it with them. None of them pretended that the world they had returned to was the one they had left. But they kept moving forward, one day and one small task at a time, because that was what the living did when the war was over and the only thing left was to build something new from whatever remained. The ghosts were still there, in the empty places and in the memories that surfaced at unexpected moments. But so were the living, and the living had work to do. Years after the boat had been taken and the war had ended, Max still woke in the middle of the night with the sound of depth charges echoing in his ears, his hands gripping the sheets as if they were the railing of a submarine plunging into the dark. He would lie there in the small room above his mother's kitchen, listening to the ordinary sounds of the house settling and trying to convince his body that the danger had passed. The attack had lasted only a few hours, but it had carved a groove in his nervous system that years of daylight could not smooth away. In the mornings he would rise and help clear rubble from streets that seemed to regenerate their broken bricks overnight. His hands were steady enough for the work, but at night they sometimes trembled when he reached for a cup of water. His mother never asked what woke him. She simply left a lamp burning low in the hallway and pretended not to notice when he came downstairs before dawn to sit at the kitchen table with his hands wrapped around a mug of tea that had long since gone cold. Paul's wounds showed themselves in his body first. The years of pressure changes and damp air had left him with a persistent cough that worsened in winter and a stiffness in his joints that made the garden work slower than it had once been. He would stand in the rows of vegetables with his hands on his lower back, breathing carefully until the pain eased enough to let him continue. His wife noticed the way he sometimes stared at nothing for long minutes, his trowel forgotten in his hand. She learned not to startle him when she approached. Instead, she would speak his name from a few paces away and wait until he turned. On the worst nights he would wake gasping, convinced the air in the bedroom had grown too thin, that the walls were pressing in. She would sit beside him on the edge of the bed and place her hand on his chest until his breathing steadied. She never asked what he had seen in the dream. She only stayed until he could lie down again, and then she would lie awake beside him, listening to the ordinary sounds of the night and wondering what the sea had taken from the man who had come home to her garden. Johann carried his wounds in the careful distance he kept between himself and the world. He worked at small repair jobs and workshops that smelled of oil and metal, jobs that required steady hands and a mind that could focus on the task in front of him. At home he was gentle with his daughter and respectful with his wife, but there were evenings when he would sit in the blue room long after his daughter had fallen asleep, staring at the wall as if the paint held answers he had not yet found. He dreamed of the bridge on the night the radio had spoken, of the white flag being raised, of the moment he had chosen survival over a mission whose purpose had already been overtaken by events. In the dream the Japanese officers sometimes stood beside him, their faces composed, their choice already made. He would wake with the weight of that choice pressing on his chest and lie still until the feeling passed. His wife learned to recognize the nights when the dream came. She would reach across the narrow space between their beds and rest her hand on his arm without speaking. The touch was enough to remind him that he was here, in this room, with this family, and that the boat and the sea and the decision belonged to another life that he was still learning how to leave behind. Werner's wounds were quieter, harder for others to see. He worked clearing streets and later in the small factory, coming home each evening with the same measured step. He spoke little about the boat or the men who had shared the long watches with him. When old comrades found him, they would sit together in a cafe or on a bench and talk about engines and fuel consumption and the way different boats handled heavy seas. The conversations were safe because they stayed on the surface of what they had lived through. The deeper currents, the attack, the surrender, the Japanese officers, the small kindnesses that had kept them human, remained beneath the words. At night Werner sometimes woke with the feeling that he had forgotten to check a compartment or that a watch had been missed. He would lie awake listening to the ordinary sounds of the house and remind himself that the boat was gone, that the men were scattered, that the responsibility he had carried for so long no longer rested on his shoulders alone. His wife noticed the way he sometimes stood at the window for long minutes, watching the street as if expecting someone to appear. She learned to stand beside him without asking what he was watching for. The silence between them became another kind of companionship, one that did not require explanation. The invisible wounds did not announce themselves with medals or ceremonies. They arrived in the middle of ordinary days, a sudden flinch at a loud noise, a moment of disorientation in a crowded street, a night when sleep refused to come no matter how tired the body was. Max found that certain smells could pull him back to the boat more vividly than any photograph: the sharp scent of diesel, the metallic tang of damp steel, the faint odor of the coffee they had brewed in the mess. He would be standing in a workshop or walking through the market and the smell would hit him without warning, and for a few seconds the world around him would tilt. He learned to breathe through those moments, to find something solid to touch, a tool, a market stall, the edge of a table, until the present settled back into place around him. Paul discovered that the garden helped in ways the doctors could not explain. The steady rhythm of planting and weeding and harvesting gave his hands something to do that did not require the constant vigilance the boat had demanded. When the memories came, the sound of the pinging, the shudder of the hull, the faces of men who had not made it home, he could step outside and put his hands in the soil and feel the ordinary miracle of something growing. His wife noticed that the worst nights were fewer when he had spent the day working in the rows. She began to leave small tasks for him even when she could have done them herself, understanding without being told that the work was medicine of a kind the hospitals did not yet know how to prescribe. Johann found that talking helped, though not in the way he had once expected. He began to meet with other men who had returned from the sea, men who carried their own invisible maps of places that no longer existed on any chart. They did not speak of strategy or orders. They spoke of the way the air tasted after a long dive, of the small jokes that had kept them sane, of the letters they had written and the ones they had received. In those conversations, Johann discovered that the weight he carried was not unique to him. Other captains had made impossible choices. Other crews had held together through attacks and long watches and the moment when the radio had spoken of an end that none of them had been prepared to receive. The sharing did not remove the weight, but it made the carrying feel less solitary. Warner learned that the factory work, with its predictable rhythms and clear tasks, gave him a structure that the boat had once provided. When the memories surfaced, the faces of the men he had tried to steady, the moment the white flag had been raised, the quiet dignity of the Japanese officers as they were prepared for the sea, he could return to the familiar motions of the machines and let the repetition anchor him. His wife noticed that he slept better on the nights when he had worked with his hands. She began to ask him to help with small repairs around the house, not because the repairs were urgent but because she had learned that the work itself was a language he still understood. The invisible wounds did not heal on any schedule the world provided. They ebbed and flowed with the seasons, with the anniversaries of attacks and surrenders, with the ordinary triggers that no one could have predicted. A child's cry in the street could pull Max back to the sound of a man in pain. The smell of rain on warm pavement could remind Paul of the way the deck had felt under his boots after a long dive. A knock on the door could make Johann's hands tighten on whatever he was holding until he remembered that the war was over and that the people on the other side of the door were neighbors, not boarding parties. Warner learned to recognize the days when the factory floor felt too much like the narrow passageways of the boat and to step outside for a few minutes until the feeling passed. Yet alongside the wounds there remained the same quiet resilience that had kept the crew alive through every crisis at sea. Max continued to write letters to the families of the men who had not come home, and in the writing he found a way to honor what they had shared without being consumed by it. Paul continued to coax life from the garden and to sit with his wife in the evenings, letting the ordinary conversation of a life that had survived fill the spaces where the memories lived. Johann continued to work with his hands and to read to his daughter in the blue room, letting the small rituals of fatherhood anchor him in a present that was still being built. Warner continued to show up for the work and for his wife and for the quiet conversations with other men who understood without needing to be told. These long-term struggles, the nightmares that arrived without warning, the bodies that carried the pressure of the deep long after the boats were gone, the minds that searched for peace in a world that no longer made the same kind of sense, were the true cost of the silent war, the one that did not end when the fighting stopped. The photographs and footage that captured these invisible wounds in the years after the boats returned were never meant for ordinary eyes. They show the unfiltered reality of what submarine service took from men and what it left behind, the haunted eyes, the restless hands, the quiet determination to keep living even when the war had already claimed more than anyone could measure. You can find our exclusive Gumroad collection of these rare, uncensored images through the secure link I've placed in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. Max still woke sometimes with the sound of depth charges in his ears, but the nights between those wakings grew longer. Paul still felt the stiffness in his joints, but the garden continued to grow under his hands. Johann still carried the weight of the choice he had made on the bridge, but he could now sit with his daughter in the blue room and read a story all the way to its ending without the words catching in his throat. Warner still stood at the window sometimes, watching the street, but he could also sit with his wife in the evenings and let the ordinary sounds of a life that had survived fill the room. The invisible wounds remained. They would always remain. But the men who carried them had learned, in the same way they had learned to endure the long watches and the sudden attacks, that the only way forward was to keep moving, one day, one small task, one quiet act of resilience at a time, while the ghosts of the silent war walked beside them and the ordinary world slowly, stubbornly, continued to grow around the places where the fighting had stopped. Years after the white flag had been lowered and the crew had been taken away, the great steel hull that had carried them across an ocean and through the end of a war was towed to a quiet stretch of water and prepared for its final dive, an unceremonious end for a vessel that had once seemed invincible. The boat had spent its last months as a prize of war. American technical teams had gone through every compartment with methodical care, photographing, measuring, and removing anything that might reveal how the new giants had been built or what they had been meant to carry. The guarded crates were long gone. The documents that had been found in the holds had been cataloged and sent to laboratories and archives where men in clean rooms studied what the desperate final months of a collapsing regime had tried to send across the sea. The engines that Paul had kept running through every crisis were taken apart and tested. The hull that had withstood depth charges and long pressure was examined for weaknesses that might be turned into advantages for the next generation of submarines. By the time the work was finished, the boat was no longer the vessel that had slipped out of the Norwegian fjord with a secret cargo and a crew that still believed the mission might matter. It was a collection of lessons and spare parts, its identity reduced to whatever could be learned from its steel and its systems. Johan heard about the end years later, from a former shipmate who had kept in touch through the slow network of letters that connected men who had once shared the same narrow world. The news came in a plain envelope with a single sheet of paper inside. The boat had been towed to a stretch of water off the coast and used as a target for practice. Torpedoes had been fired at the hull that had once protected them through an attack. Depth charges had been dropped where the conning tower had once stood. The great steel body that had carried them through the long watches and the surrender had been broken apart in a series of controlled explosions until it no longer floated. What remained sank slowly through the same cold water that had once been their only protection. Johan read the letter twice, then folded it and placed it in the drawer where he kept the photograph of his daughter and the few mementos he had allowed himself to keep. He did not speak of it to his wife or his daughter. He simply sat at the kitchen table for a long time, his hands resting on the wood, while the ordinary sounds of the apartment filtered around him. Max learned of the boat's fate in a different way. He was working on a crew clearing rubble from a street that had once led to the harbor when an older man who had served on another submarine mentioned it in passing. The conversation had started with engines and fuel and the way different boats handled heavy seas. It had drifted, as those conversations often did, toward the boats that had not come home. When the older man spoke the name of their boat and said it had been used for target practice and then scuttled, Max stopped what he was doing and stood with his hands on the handle of his shovel. He thought of the long nights he had spent checking the cargo lashings, of the way the hull had shuddered during the attack and then steadied again, of the small circle of light in the forward compartment where he and Paul and the others had shared stories after the danger had passed. The boat had been more than steel to them. It had been the only solid thing in a world that had become liquid and uncertain. To hear that it had been broken apart in practice runs felt like another kind of loss, one that had nothing to do with victory or defeat and everything to do with the quiet grief of seeing something that had carried you through the worst of it reduced to scrap in memory. Paul received the news from a letter that arrived through the same slow network. He was in the garden when his wife brought it out to him. He read it standing among the rows of vegetables, the paper fluttering slightly in the breeze that carried the scent of turned earth. When he finished, he folded the letter carefully and put it in his pocket. He did not speak of it immediately. Instead, he went back to his work, pulling weeds and checking the soil around the tomato plants that had come in late again that year. His wife watched him from the doorway and did not ask what the letter had said. She had learned that some news needed time to settle before it could be spoken aloud. That evening, after the light had faded and the garden tools had been put away, Paul told her what he had learned. He spoke of the boat as if it had been a living thing that had done its job and then been set aside when its usefulness was over. He did not say that he felt a small, private grief for the steel that had kept them alive. He only said that it was finished now, and that perhaps that was as it should be. His wife nodded and placed her hand over his on the kitchen table. She did not try to comfort him with words. She simply stayed beside him while the ordinary sounds of the evening filled the small house. Werner heard the news from one of the men he had served with, a quiet conversation on a bench outside the factory where they both worked. The other man had kept in touch with someone who had seen the final photographs, the hull listing, the water pouring in through the holes that had been made on purpose, the conning tower slipping beneath the surface for the last time. Werner listened without interrupting. When the story was finished, he sat for a while with his hands resting on his knees, watching the traffic on the street. He thought of the way the boat had felt beneath his feet during the long watches, of the way it had steadied after the depth charges had passed, of the small repairs he had helped oversee in the hours between danger and routine. The boat had been their world for months. It had held their fears and their stories and their small kindnesses. To learn that it had been broken apart in a controlled exercise felt like the final confirmation that the war and everything it had required of them was truly over. There would be no museum for this particular steel. There would be no preserved conning tower or commemorative plaque. There would only be the stories the men carried and the knowledge that the vessel that had carried them had been allowed to sink without ceremony, as so many other boats had sunk before it. The end of the boat was not dramatic. It was not the kind of ending that would be written into histories or remembered in ceremonies. It was the practical disposal of a captured vessel that had already given up whatever secrets it had possessed. The Americans had learned what they needed to learn about the design and the capabilities of the new giants. The steel itself had no further use. So it was towed to a quiet stretch of water, prepared with charges placed at key points along the hull, and then sent to the bottom in a series of controlled explosions that echoed across the surface for a few minutes before the water closed over the last visible trace. What remained settled into the silt and became part of the ocean floor, indistinguishable from the other wrecks that had accumulated there over the years of war. The boat that had been built to carry a secret cargo across dangerous water, that had survived an attack and a surrender and the quiet tragedy of the Japanese officers, that had been the only solid world for the men who had lived inside it for so long, was now simply another shape beneath the waves, its purpose fulfilled and its story reduced to whatever the men who had sailed in it chose to remember. Johann thought of that final dive sometimes when he sat in the blue room with his daughter. He imagined the hull filling with water, the compartments that had once held their bunks and their small belongings becoming part of the sea. He thought of the control room where he had stood during the attack and during the broadcast and during the moment he had chosen to surface. He thought of the forward compartment where Max and Paul and the others had checked the cargo and shared their stories. He thought of the bridge where the white flag had been raised and where the American lieutenant had first stepped aboard. None of those spaces existed anymore in any form that could be touched or walked through. They existed only in memory, and in the stories the men told one another when they met on benches or in cafes or in the quiet of their own kitchens. The steel was gone. The stories remained. Max thought of the final dive when he was clearing rubble from a street that had once led toward the water. He imagined the charges going off and the hull breaking apart and the water rushing in to claim what had once been their only protection. He thought of the nights he had spent in the forward compartment, of the way the boat had shuddered and then steadied, of the small circle of light where they had passed bread and spoken of home. The boat had been more than a machine to them. It had been the thing that had kept them alive when everything else had tried to kill them. To know that it had been broken apart in practice runs felt like a small, private loss that had nothing to do with victory or defeat. It was simply the knowledge that something that had mattered to them was now gone, reduced to fragments on the ocean floor. Paul thought of the final dive when he was working in the garden, his hands in the soil that had survived the war and the occupation and the slow return to ordinary life. He imagined the engines he had kept running, the valves he had checked, the steady thrum that had been the heartbeat of their world for so long, all of it now silent and filled with water. He thought of the conversations he had shared with American sailors about engines and fuel, of the way those conversations had bridged a dividing line that no longer existed. The boat had carried them through every crisis the sea and the war had given them. Now it was part of the sea itself, its steel returning to the element that had both protected and threatened it from the beginning. Paul did not feel anger or grief in any dramatic sense. He felt a quiet recognition that this was how things ended for machines that had done their work. The men who had lived inside the machine were the ones who had to carry what remained. Werner thought of the final dive when he stood at the window of his small house, watching the street where ordinary life continued. He imagined the conning tower slipping beneath the surface for the last time, the white flag long since taken down, the compartments that had held their fears and their stories now open to the cold water. He thought of the way the crew had held together through the attack and the long watches and the surrender and the quiet tragedy of the Japanese officers. The boat had been the only constant in a world that had changed around them without warning. Now it was gone, and what remained were the men who had lived inside it and the stories they chose to keep. Werner did not speak of these thoughts to anyone. He simply stood at the window a little longer than usual and then turned back to the ordinary tasks of the evening, carrying the knowledge that the Steel Titan had finally been allowed to rest. The unceremonious end of the great steel hull that had carried its crew through attack and surrender and the quiet tragedy of men who chose their own ending is a reminder that even the most advanced machines of war are temporary. What endures are the human stories that were lived inside them, the fears and the small kindnesses, the shared watches and the letters home, the choices made in the dark when no one else could see. If you believe these forgotten stories of the boats themselves and the quiet ends they met deserve to be kept alive, I would be grateful if you would consider supporting this channel with a small tip on Ko-Fi. Even just $1 helps fund the countless hours of research, archival digging, and careful storytelling needed to bring these moments to light. You can find the link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The ocean closed over the last visible trace of the boat, and the water returned to its ordinary rhythm as if nothing of importance had happened there. On shore, the men who had once lived inside that steel continued their ordinary days, clearing rubble, working in gardens, sitting with their families in small kitchens, standing at windows watching streets that were slowly healing. They carried the memory of the boat not as a machine but as the only solid thing that had stood between them and the darkness during the long watches and the sudden attacks and the moment when the radio had spoken of an end none of them had been prepared to receive. The steel was gone. The stories remained. And in the quiet persistence of those stories, the unceremonious end of the Steel Titan became not a defeat but a reminder that what truly matters in any war is not the machines that are built or broken, but the men who live inside them and the choices they make when every other certainty has already been taken away. Decades after the boat had sunk and the men had returned to lives built among ruins, a researcher in a quiet archive pulled a thick folder from a box that had been stamped classified for longer than most of the survivors had been alive, and the forgotten voyage began to surface once more. The folder contained photographs of the hull under tow, reports from the boarding party, inventories of the cargo that had been removed, and pages of interrogation transcripts that had been typed on machines whose keys no longer existed. The researcher read slowly, making notes in the margins of a notebook that was already crowded with questions. There were names here: Johann, Max, Paul, Werner, and fragments of stories that had never been allowed to become public. The folder had been closed for reasons that made sense at the time. The cargo had contained materials and designs that governments still considered sensitive. The surrender had raised questions that no one had wanted to answer while the world was still sorting through the wreckage of victory and defeat. Now, with the passage of years, the folder could be opened without threatening any living security interest. What it revealed was not strategy or technology but something quieter and more enduring. The human record of men who had carried a secret across dangerous water and then been asked to carry the consequences of that secret for the rest of their lives. Johann was in his 70s when the first letter arrived. It came from a historian who had found his name in the declassified files and had written with careful politeness, asking whether he would be willing to speak about the voyage. Johann read the letter twice at the kitchen table while his wife watched from the doorway. He had not spoken of the boat in any detail for decades. The photograph of his daughter still sat in the drawer where he kept the few mementos he allowed himself, but the story attached to it had remained private. He folded the letter and placed it beside the photograph. That evening he told his wife what it contained. She listened without interrupting and then asked the question he had been asking himself since the envelope had arrived. "Do you want to answer it?" Johann looked at the photograph and at the letter and said that he did not know. The next morning he wrote a short reply. He would meet the historian, he wrote, but he could not promise how much he would be able to say. Some things, he added, had been carried for so long that they had become part of the way a man stood and walked and breathed. Speaking them aloud might change that in ways he could not yet measure. The meeting took place in a small cafe near the station. The historian was younger than Johann had expected, a woman with a notebook and a tape recorder that she placed on the table between them without turning it on until he nodded. She asked first about the ordinary things, the length of the voyage, the condition of the boat after the attack, the daily routines that had kept the crew functioning. Johann answered with the same steady calm he had once used on the bridge. When she asked about the cargo, he paused. He described the crates as he had seen them being loaded and as he had seen them being examined on the deck after the surrender. He did not describe what had been inside. That knowledge belonged to the Americans who had opened the containers and to the documents that were now being studied in archives. What he could speak of was the weight of carrying something whose nature had been kept from him and whose consequences he had only begun to understand after the radio had spoken. The historian listened and made notes. She did not press when he fell silent. She simply waited, and in the waiting Johann found that he could say a little more than he had intended. He spoke of the Japanese officers and of the choice they had made. He spoke of the moment he had decided to surface. He spoke of the white flag and of the American lieutenant who had first stepped aboard. When the tape recorder was turned off, he sat for a while with his hands resting on the table and felt something loosen in his chest that had been tight for longer than he cared to measure. Max was working in a small workshop when the letter found him. He had been clearing rubble for years and then had found steady employment repairing machinery in a building that still carried the scars of bombing on its outer walls. The letter came through a veterans organization that had begun to collect names and stories for a project no one had thought possible while the files remained closed. Max read it at the kitchen table while his mother, now frail but still present, watched from her chair by the window. He had spoken even less than Johann about the voyage. The notebook in which he had once written a few lines after the shared cigarette with an American sailor had been put away and then lost during one of the moves that had followed the war. When he answered the letter, he wrote only that he would meet if the meeting could be kept small and private. The historian who came was the same woman who had spoken with Johann. She sat across from Max in the same cafe and asked the same careful questions. Max answered with short sentences at first. He described the attack and the way Paul had steadied him afterward. He described the long watches and the stories that had been shared in the forward compartment. When the historian asked about the surrender, Max looked out the window for a long time before he spoke. He said that the radio had broken something that could not be repaired and that the choice to continue living had been made for him by a captain who had carried more weight than any man should have to carry alone. The historian did not write that down. She simply nodded and waited until Max was ready to speak again. When the meeting ended, Max walked home through streets that had been rebuilt around the places where the fighting had stopped. He thought of the letter from his mother that he still kept and of the photograph she had sent. He thought of the boat that had carried them and of the men who had not come home. For the first time in many years he felt that the story he carried might be something that could be given to someone else without diminishing what it had cost him to keep it. Paul received his letter while he was working in the garden. His wife brought it out to him and waited while he read it standing among the tomato plants. He had already heard from Johann and from Max that someone was asking questions. He had not decided whether he would answer. The letter was polite and brief. It explained that documents had been opened and that names had surfaced and that the historian would like to speak with anyone who was willing. Paul folded the letter and put it in his pocket. That evening, after the light had faded and the tools had been put away, he told his wife what it contained. She asked whether he wanted to meet the woman. Paul looked at the garden and at the small house and at the wife who had waited for him through years when letters had come irregularly and then not at all. He said that he did not know what he could add that had not already been said. His wife placed her hand over his on the kitchen table and said that perhaps the point was not to add something new but to make sure that what had already been lived was not lost. Paul nodded. He wrote a short reply the next morning and arranged to meet the historian in the same cafe where Johann and Max had spoken. When the three men, Johann, Max, and Paul, learned that each had been contacted, they arranged to meet one another first. They had not all been in the same room since the days after the surrender. They sat at a table in a back corner of the cafe and spoke for a long time without the historian present. They talked about the attack and about the long watches and about the moment the radio had spoken. They talked about the Japanese officers and about the choice that had been made in the small cabin. They talked about the white flag and about the American lieutenant and about the small kindnesses that had appeared even then. They did not talk about the cargo or about what had been found inside the crates. That part of the story belonged to archives now, and to whatever historians would make of it. What belonged to them was the memory of having lived through it together. When the historian arrived, the three men were already speaking with the ease of men who had once shared the same narrow world and had discovered that the world outside had not erased what they had carried inside it. Werner was the last to be found. He had moved after the war and had not stayed in touch with the formal veterans organizations. The historian located him through a cousin who still lived in the town where he had worked in the factory. When the letter arrived, Werner read it standing at the window of the small house he shared with his wife. He had spoken even less than the others. The memories he carried were the ones he had tried hardest to set aside, the faces of the men he had tried to steady, the moment the white flag had been raised, the quiet dignity of the Japanese officers as they were prepared for the sea. He wrote a short reply saying that he would meet if the meeting could be kept brief. The historian came to his home rather than asking him to travel. She sat at the kitchen table while his wife made tea and listened while Werner spoke in the same measured way he had once moved through the compartments of the boat. He described the attack and the long watches and the surrender. He described the moment he had learned that the boat had been used for target practice and then scuttled. When he finished, the historian asked whether there was anything he wished had been different. Werner looked out the window at the street where ordinary life continued and said that he wished the men who had not come home could have seen what had been built in the years since. He did not say that he wished the boat could have been preserved or that the story could have been told sooner. He only said that the living had work to do and that the dead could not be brought back by any archive or any interview. The historian nodded and turned off the tape recorder. She thanked him and his wife and left the small house with the same careful respect she had shown to the others. The story that emerged from these meetings and from the declassified folders was not the story of a successful mission or of a dramatic defeat. It was the story of ordinary men who had been asked to carry something whose full weight they had not been allowed to know and who had then been asked to carry the consequences of that unknown weight for the rest of their lives. It was the story of a boat that had been built under falling bombs, that had survived an attack and a surrender and the quiet tragedy of men who chose their own ending, and that had then been broken apart in practice runs because its steel no longer served any purpose that governments considered useful. It was the story of families who had waited and of families who had received telegrams and of families who had welcomed home men who were no longer the same as the ones who had left. It was the story of small kindnesses that had appeared even in the darkest watches and of small kindnesses that had appeared again when former enemies had stood on the same rolling deck and offered one another cigarettes and questions about home. It was the story of invisible wounds that had arrived years later in the middle of ordinary nights and of the quiet resilience that had allowed men to keep moving forward even when the war had already claimed more than any archive could measure. The historian who had begun with a single folder now had boxes of transcripts and photographs and letters. She had spoken with the men who had lived the voyage and with the families who had lived the waiting. She had walked the streets where the men had returned to rubble and to gardens and to small kitchens where ordinary life had slowly, stubbornly, begun again. She understood now why the folder had remained closed for so long. The story it contained was not comfortable. It did not fit neatly into narratives of victory or of clear moral lines. It contained choices that had no good answers and losses that could not be redeemed by any later victory. It contained the recognition that technological ambition and human desperation had walked hand in hand in the final months of a war that had already turned against the men who were still being asked to risk everything. Yet the historian also understood why the story needed to be told. The men who had lived it were growing older. The folders that had been stamped classified were beginning to yellow at the edges. If the story was not gathered now, it would be lost to the same silence that had already claimed so many other stories of the silent war. The discomfort of the history was precisely what made it necessary. Comfortable histories tend to flatten the human record into lessons that can be learned without cost. Uncomfortable histories insist that cost be seen and remembered. Johann, Max, Paul, and Werner did not become public figures after the interviews. They returned to their ordinary lives, repairing machinery, working in gardens, sitting with their families in small kitchens, standing at windows watching streets that continued to heal. They carried the knowledge that their story had been written down and that it would be read by people they would never meet. Some of them found that knowledge eased something they had not known was still tight. Others found that it changed nothing about the way they stood or walked or breathed. All of them understood that the story now belonged to more than the men who had lived it. It belonged to anyone willing to sit with the discomfort of what had been asked of ordinary people in the final months of a war that had already decided its own outcome. The resurrection of this forgotten voyage from classified archives and veteran testimonies reminds us that history is not only what governments choose to preserve or what victors choose to celebrate. It is also what ordinary men and women carry in silence for decades and what becomes visible only when someone is willing to open a folder that has been closed too long and to ask the questions that have no comfortable answers. The men who sailed the giant beneath the Atlantic did not ask to have their story told. They asked only to survive the voyage and to return to whatever waited for them on shore. That they survived, that they returned, and that their story can now be heard is not a victory. It is simply evidence that even the most uncomfortable histories can be carried forward if someone is willing to do the patient, necessary work of listening. These efforts to bring long-buried stories back into the light, the slow work of declassification, the patient gathering of veteran voices, and the courage required to confront histories that do not fit easy narratives, are among the most important acts of remembrance we can offer. If you want to explore the process of preserving these uncomfortable histories more deeply, to hear extended conversations about the challenges of declassification and the value of listening to voices that were once asked to remain silent, and to connect with others who share a commitment to keeping even difficult stories alive, I invite you to join our Patreon community. There you'll find uncensored extended episodes, raw video footage without blurring, exclusive podcast deep dives into the declassification process and the importance of preserving uncomfortable histories, and a chance to connect with fellow history enthusiasts. You can find the link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The folders that had been closed for decades are now open. The voices that had been asked to remain silent have been recorded and transcribed and placed alongside the photographs of a hull under tow and a white flag raised against a gray sky. The story of the giant beneath the Atlantic is no longer only the property of the men who lived it or of the governments that once considered it too sensitive to be known. It belongs now to anyone willing to sit with the discomfort of what ordinary people were asked to carry and what they chose to endure when every other certainty had already been taken from them. The steel is gone. The archives remain. And in the quiet persistence of those archives and those voices, the forgotten voyage continues, not as a lesson that can be learned once and set aside, but as a living reminder that history is made not only by the decisions of leaders but by the daily choices of men and women who find themselves, often without warning, carrying more than any single life should have to hold. The ocean does not keep ledgers or hold ceremonies, yet every name that passed across its surface or beneath it remains in the memory of those who choose to listen, and in the stories that refused to let the water close over what happened there. We began with families waiting in kitchens where letters arrived irregularly and sometimes not at all, with young men stepping forward because duty and friendship and the hope of something larger than themselves still outweighed the fear of what waited beneath the waves. We followed engineers who stayed at drafting tables long after the rest of the city had gone dark, drawing lines that would become steel strong enough to carry men farther than any previous boat had managed. We stood with shipyard workers who kept welding and riveting while the bombs fell around them, their quiet defiance turning the industrial effort into something human and stubborn and necessary. We met a captain who carried the weight of every life aboard and every family waiting on shore, a weight that grew heavier with each patrol and heavier still when the radio spoke of an end that none of them had been prepared to receive. We watched young ratings like Max learn that courage was not the absence of fear but the decision to keep checking the lashings and sharing the bread even when the hull shuddered and the air grew thin. We saw older hands like Paul steady those around them with small stories and steady presence, proving that experience could become a kind of kindness when everything else was uncertain. We followed Warner as he moved through compartments offering the calm that made the long watches bearable and the small mercies that reminded every man he was not alone. We witnessed the attack that tested the new steel and the brotherhood that formed in its aftermath, the long watches where whispered conversations about home became lifelines, the doubts that crept in as news of defeats filtered through and the cause began to feel like something no longer fully recognizable. We stood with the captain in a small cabin when the three paths, continue, scuttle, surrender, circled one another and no choice felt clean. We watched the Japanese officers make their own terrible decision in the cramped space they had been given, and we saw the German crew honor that choice with the same quiet dignity they had shown one another through every previous crisis. We felt the surreal moment when the white flag was raised and the American boarding party stepped onto a deck that had once belonged only to the hunted. We saw cigarettes shared and questions about mothers asked across the line that had once divided enemies, small graces that appeared even when the larger story offered none. We followed the cargo as it was examined under armed guard, the awe and alarm that passed across faces when the containers were opened and the scale of what had been carried became visible. We walked with the men as they returned to a land of broken buildings and empty places at tables, to reunions that mixed joy with grief and to the long, invisible work of carrying wounds that did not announce themselves with medals. We listened as nightmares arrived years later in the middle of ordinary nights and as gardens and small jobs and conversations with other men who understood became the quiet ways of healing what the sea and the war had taken. We stood at the edge of the water when the great steel hull that had carried them was broken apart in practice runs and sent to the bottom without ceremony. And we felt the private grief of men who had once lived inside that steel and now carried only the memory of it. And we watched as researchers opened folders that had been stamped classified for longer than most of the survivors had been alive, and as the men who had lived the voyage finally spoke the stories they had carried in silence for decades. Every one of those threads belongs to a name. Max, who learned that the letter from his mother could be carried in a pocket even when the world the letter described no longer existed in the same way. Paul, who kept the engines running and later coaxed life from soil that had survived the boots of too many armies. Johann, who stood on the bridge through every crisis and then sat in a small kitchen with his daughter and read stories all the way to their endings. Werner, who moved through compartments offering steadiness and later stood at a window watching ordinary streets heal. The two Japanese officers who chose their own ending rather than face whatever future the victors might offer. The American lieutenant who first stepped aboard and the young sailors who offered cigarettes and questions about home. The engineers who stayed at their tables and the workers who kept welding while the sky tried to stop them. The families who set extra places at tables and the families who received telegrams and the families who welcomed home men who were no longer the same. All of them touched this single voyage. All of them carried pieces of it forward into lives that continued long after the steel had been broken and the water had closed over the last visible trace. What the story teaches is not a single lesson that can be written on a plaque or summarized in a sentence. It teaches that resilience is not the absence of breaking but the decision to keep moving, one watch, one small kindness, one ordinary task at a time, even when the larger cause has already slipped away. It teaches that moral choice under pressure rarely arrives in clean packages. The 3 paths on the night the radio spoke were all imperfect, and the captain who chose survival did so knowing that survival itself would carry its own cost. It teaches that the true battlefield of any war is not only the moment of attack or the moment of surrender but the long years afterward when nightmares arrive. Without warning, and bodies remember pressure that no longer exists, and minds search for peace in a world that has already moved on. It teaches that even in the darkest watches and the most desperate final months, small kindnesses can appear, bread passed without being asked, a hand on a shoulder, a cigarette offered across a line that had once meant death, and that those small acts are not trivial. They are the threads that keep men human when every larger structure has already failed them. It teaches that technological ambition and human desperation can walk hand in hand, and that the men asked to carry the results of that ambition are rarely the ones who decide its purpose or its limits. It teaches that history is not only what governments choose to preserve or what victors choose to celebrate. It is also what ordinary people carry in silence for decades and what becomes visible only when someone is willing to open a folder that has been closed too long and to ask the questions that have no comfortable answers. The ocean that received the final fragments of the steel titan does not distinguish between one uniform and another, between one code of honor and another, between the men who chose to continue living and the men who chose their own ending. It simply receives what is given to it and returns to its ordinary rhythm. What remains above the surface is the choice we make about what to remember and what to let sink without ceremony. The men who sailed the giant beneath the Atlantic did not ask to be remembered. They asked only to survive the voyage and to return to whatever waited for them on shore. That they survived, that they returned, and that their story can now be heard is not a victory in any simple sense. It is simply evidence that even the most uncomfortable histories can be carried forward if someone is willing to do the patient work of listening, and if the rest of us are willing to sit with the discomfort long enough to hear what the listening reveals. These hidden human stories and the moral lessons they carry from WWII's overlooked chapters continue to offer us ways to understand our own capacity for resilience, for moral choice under pressure, and for the small kindnesses that keep us human when larger structures fail. If you want to explore these stories and lessons more deeply, I invite you to sign up for our free email newsletter. You will receive the exclusive ebook The Shadow War, 5 Top Secret Operations That Shaped World War II, along with weekly deep dive articles that examine the personal dimensions of technological warfare, the quiet courage of ordinary people, and the enduring power of remembering even the most uncomfortable chapters. You can find the sign-up link in the description below. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The ocean remembers every name because the people who choose to listen refuse to let the water close over what happened there. Max still carries the letter from his mother and the memory of the cigarette shared with an American sailor who missed his own mother's tomatoes. Paul still works in the garden and still feels the stiffness in his joints that began in the damp air of long submerged watches, and he still sits with his wife in the evenings while the ordinary sounds of a life that survived fill the small house. Johann still reads to his daughter in the blue room and still carries the weight of the choice he made on the bridge, and he still knows that the photograph in the drawer is no longer necessary because the faces it shows are sitting across from him. Werner still stands at the window sometimes and still moves through ordinary days with the same measured step that once carried him through compartments where men needed steadiness more than orders. The Japanese officers who chose their own ending are remembered in the quiet dignity with which the German crew prepared them for the sea. The American lieutenant who first stepped aboard and the young sailors who offered cigarettes and questions about home are remembered in the small graces that appeared even when the larger story offered none. The engineers who stayed at their tables and the workers who kept welding while the bombs fell are remembered in the steel that carried men farther than any previous boat had managed, and in the knowledge that machines, no matter how advanced, are always temporary. The families who waited and the families who received telegrams and the families who welcomed home men who were no longer the same are remembered in every extra place set at a table and every letter written to those who did not return, and every quiet evening when ordinary conversation fills the spaces where memory lives. All of them touched this single voyage. All of them carried pieces of it forward. The steel is gone. The stories remain. And in the choice to keep telling them, the ocean that once received the fragments of a giant built under falling bombs continues to hold every name, not in ledgers or ceremonies, but in the patient, necessary work of listening and in the stubborn refusal to let the water close over what ordinary people were asked to carry and what they chose to endure when every other certainty had already been taken from them. That refusal is not victory. It is simply the way the living honor the dead and the way the present keeps faith with the past, one story at a time, one name at a time, until the ocean itself might finally rest.